are helping to prevent other families from suffering the tragic loss that they experienced. Members, please join me both in recognizing Janelle and Brandon for their tireless work and in memory of their son, Noah.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Weiner for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to bring up House Resolution 13.
Members of the motion, the objection, the chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 13 by Ms. Weiner, honoring La Sociedad Mutualista de Cuauhtémoc and San Marcos.
The chair recognizes Ms. Weiner to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, I am honored to stand before you this morning to recognize La Sociedad Mutualista de Cuauhtémoc. Since its founding, this organization has worked to promote and preserve the heritage and cultural identity of the Mexican-American community in San Marcos and to provide necessary services to its members. Its civic programs and initiatives have included free summer day camps, scholarships for graduating high school seniors, financial assistance for funeral expenses, and even medical advice. Moreover, the organization developed El Parque Cuauhtémoc in the Victory Gardens subdivision, and the park's Cuauhtémoc Hall has become a popular venue for community events and cultural celebrations, such as Cinco de Mayo, 16 de Septiembre, and Dia de la Raza. This year, the organization is celebrating its 82nd anniversary in operation and was honored to become the new site of a Texas state historical marker commemorating their ongoing work and service to the community. True to its mission for more than 8 decades, La Sociedad Mutualista de Cuauhtémoc has served as an essential resource for the Mexican-American community in San Marcos and beyond. In the gallery today, we are joined by members of the Board of Directors, Dorothy Torres, Vice President of the Board of Directors, and Liz Castaneda, Scholarship Committee Chair. Please join me, members, in recognizing this phenomenal organization and these community members who continue to put service above self. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is objection, the chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mrs. Weiner for recognition.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you for taking time with me to honor folks from House District 45. Today, we also have new members of the San Marcos Women's Hall of Fame in the gallery. The San Marcos Women's Hall of Fame began in 1984 as a way to honor women for their volunteerism and leadership in the community. Since then, over 140 women have been inducted into the Hall of Fame. This morning, we have 2 inductees joining us in the gallery, Mary Peterson Earls and Mitty Miller. They are also at 2 o'clock with the rest of the Hays County contingent. Mary Peterson Earls, a lifelong resident of San Marcos, has dedicated herself to improving the overall quality of life in the community and to helping those in need through her extensive volunteer efforts. She has given generously of her time and talents to a number of groups, including the Blue Bonnet Lions Club, the Hays County Crime Stoppers Board of Directors, and the City of San Marcos Human Services Advisory Board. As the first African-American president of the League of Women Voters of Hays County, she advocated for voters' rights, endorsed scholarships that were awarded to students with disabilities, and worked tirelessly to ensure that citizens were educated on the importance of voting and civic engagement. Ms. Earls has also provided invaluable support to numerous children as a court-appointed special advocate, and she has further benefited area youth through her service on the Nosotros la Gente Board of Directors. Moreover, she has encouraged children to stay connected to their cultural history as a board member for Centro Cultural Hispano de San Marcos. Mary Peterson Earls has set an example of volunteerism and civic leadership, and the citizens of San Marcos are fortunate to count her among their residents and now as a member of the Women's Hall of Fame. Our next recipient is Mitty Miller, who has worked tirelessly to foster unity, empowerment, and opportunity within the city's Black community. A resident of San Marcos since 1965, she has championed social and economic advancement as a member of the boards of numerous organizations. She was vice chair of the San Marcos Housing Authority Board of Commissions, and for many years she was a San Marcos Chamber of Commerce ambassador. Through her service on the board of Hands of Hope, a volunteer-run ministry, she facilitated the teaching of job and life skills to undereducated women in Hays County. Ms. Miller has dedicated her life to revitalizing the Dunbar Historic District, where she has been an active organizer and volunteer for events benefiting the Dunbar Heritage Association. She has given generously of her time and talents on behalf of the Harvey Miller Day of Service, Juneteenth, Black History Month, Kwanzaa, and the MLK March. Moreover, she has increased awareness and appreciation of Black culture in San Marcos through numerous endeavors. Minnie Miller has set an inspiring example of volunteerism and civic leadership, and we are proud to have her as a constituent in House District 45. There are two other recipients who were not able to join us today. Nancy Ellis, who has served the community throughout her 5-decade career as an educator and through 25 years of work as a court-appointed special advocate. Ms. Ellis has provided indispensable support to more than 50 children, and in addition has championed the needs of area children through her work as a trustee for the San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District, and is one of the longest-serving members of the San Marcos chapter of PFLAG. The last new recipient, Bobby Garza Hernandez, is a recognized facilitator, trainer, consensus builder, and problem solver. Ms. Garza Hernandez has demonstrated a longstanding commitment to empowering disenfranchised and underserved communities. She is a founding member of the Council for the Indigenous and Tejano Community, and she has also served as a member of the Indigenous Cultures Institute, the Mexican American Business and Professional Women's Association, and the San Marcos Neighborhood Association. She is a graduate of Leadership Austin and Leadership Texas and has received numerous honors, including the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Emma S. Barrientos Mexican American Cultural Center, the Cesar A. Chavez Award from People Organized in Defense of Earth and Her Resources, and the Woman of the Year Award from the League of United Latin American Citizens. Members, can you please join me in recognizing the accomplishments of these 4 fabulous women?
Members, early this session, the chief clerk was authorized to prepare a suspension, congratulatory, and memorial calendar. The calendar is available in chamber documents. The chair is going to recognize Mr. Metcalf for a motion to adopt the resolutions on that calendar and have the calendar entered into the journal. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to consider and adopt the congratulatory and memorial resolutions listed on the suspension, congratulatory, and memorial calendar, which will be entered in the journal, with an indication that the memorial resolutions on the calendar were adopted by a rising vote.
Members of the motion objecting, chair has unsorted. Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that Ms. Zwiener's remarks on H.R. 10, the memorial resolution, be reduced to writing and placed in the House Journal.
Members of the motion objecting, chair has unsorted. Mr. Dutton moved that all members' names be added to H.R. 46, which was adopted on today's suspension calendar. Objection, chair has unsorted. The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today is a very important day. It is the birthday of my husband, John Philip Denisi. And yay, him. Yes, please applaud for him. And John, I'm sorry I cannot be with you today. It's mostly the governor's fault. I will make it up to you. And thank you for everything you do for us, and I hope you have a wonderful birthday.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks of Representative Hinojosa be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection, chair has unsorted. Members, we're about to go on today's calendar. The chair welcomes our visitors in the gallery today and advises our guests that the rules of the House strictly prohibit demonstrations or outbursts in the gallery. If there are demonstrations or outbursts or opposition for or support in the gallery, the chair will be ordered by the Sergeant of Arms to clear the gallery under the House's constitutional authority to prevent obstruction of its proceedings. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I bring a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SCR 4, Sparks, recognizing the University of Texas Permian Basin football team for winning the 2023 Lone Star Conference Championship. SCR 5, Sparks, in memory of James Ratliff J. Hurt Jr. SCR 6, Sparks, recognizing the 2024 Texas Department of Public Safety Foundation Barbecue Cook-Off. SCR 7, Sparks, in memory of James Ratliff Buzz Hurt Sr. Respectfully, Patsy Spaw, Secretary of the Senate.
Mr. Messenger, I'm glad to see the Senate's doing great work over there. Tell them Happy Thanksgiving. The chair lays out on second reading HJR 1. The clerk read the resolution.
HJR 1 by King of Hillsborough, proposing a constitutional amendment creating the State School Safety Fund to provide ongoing financial support for projects that ensure the safety of public schools in this state and providing for the transfer of certain general revenues to that fund, the Economization Fund, and the State Highway Fund.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you for the opportunity to lay out HJR 1. HJR 1 would create the State School Safety Fund, providing billions of dollars, making sure our students are safe in our schools. Specifically, this legislation proposes a constitutional amendment that would take $1.1 billion of the severance taxes normally sent to the ESF and dedicate money to the School Safety Fund. Additionally, this resolution requires that excesses in the foundation school program would be swept into a new account at the end of each fiscal year. I do have a perfecting amendment.
Members, the amendment is being scanned. Just give us 1 minute. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by King of Hemphill.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. Members, I apologize for that delay. It is November. I'm a little out of practice. Members, this amendment does several things. It clarifies that the $1.1 billion does not affect the State Highway Fund. It changes the administrator of the fund to the Comptroller's Office, from the Comptroller's Office to TEA, since TEA will be responsible for the grant programs using the fund. And it clarifies the allocation of the excess from the Foundation School Program money will be transferred to the new fund. Move adoption.
The question occurs. Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield.
The gentleman yield for questions.
I yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman King. Just a couple of clarifying questions. The amendment just showed up. So the amendment has two parts, correct? One is from State Highway Fund to ESF, and
Yes.
then two from Comptroller to Education Commissioner, yes?
That's correct.
Can you help me understand why you went from Comptroller to Education Commissioner?
I believe it was a request by the Comptroller's Office, since TEA will be administering the fund. It was a question of having two administrators, and I agreed with the Comptroller.
Thank you.
The question occurs in the option amendment. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill pardon me. The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak on the HJR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I've served a number of sessions on appropriations, wasn't on at this time. And one thing I learned was constitutionally dedicated spending doesn't count towards your spending limits. So when you take things like school funding, which I support, specifically funding for school safety, which we normally do through the regular order of business in the appropriations process, where we can make decisions about adding, changing, adjusting, living within our means through the regular appropriations process. When you do a constitutional amendment to dedicate that funding, it takes it out of that ordinary process. And whatever you spend on school safety funding now will not count towards your fiscally conservative spending limits. So those spending limit calculations that we have for the budget each session, this money no longer counts towards that. So bear in mind, members, what you're doing is you're not making a decision about whether you spend money on school safety. You're making a decision on how you spend money on school safety. You are, to a degree, tying your hands in the future as to how you make a determination whether you add, take away, is it the right amount or not. You're now telling voters, we're just putting this on autopilot, and the discretion that you have as elected representatives will be diminished in the future. And when we're trying to stay within those spending limits that we've worked so hard to put in place over the years, that money simply won't count against that. So I just wanted to share that with the body. Thank you.
Does any member speak for or against the resolution? The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to close the resolution. Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose?
Yes, would the author yield for a question, a clarifying question?
The gentleman yield for a question?
Yeah.
I yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, thank you. I'm looking at the analysis, and I just had one clarification. Regarding the grants, there's a portion in here that states that the annual amount won't exceed $10 million per district or charter school. And the clarification I wanted for the school districts and charter schools is that one school district, like for example in my district, there are 284 schools. So does that mean that the $10 million annual limit is for those 284 schools together, but yet one charter school could get $10 million?
No, ma'am. If we could get to the enabling legislation, I think those answers will be cleared up.
Okay, so the answer is no. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd just like to say this body voted to go to $100 a kid for school safety. It's not like this has not been through the appropriation process. The Senate wanted $9 a kid, and the governor was kind enough to add this to the call. We get another shot to do what's right for safety. It has totally been through the legislative process before, and with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of HJR 1. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King of Hemphill voting aye. Show Mr. Tallarico voting aye. Mr. Meyer voting aye. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Mr. Frank voting aye. Ms. Raymond voting aye. Ms. Swanson voting aye. So Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 144 ayes and 3 nays. HJR 1 is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1 by Buckley relating to primary and secondary education, including the certification, compensation, and health coverage of certain public employees, the public school finance system, special education in public schools, the establishment of an education savings program, measure to support the education of public school students that includes certain educational grant programs, reading instruction and early childhood education, the provision of virtual education, and public school accountability.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1 until after HB 2 so that we can take up debate on the enabling legislation to the HJR that was just passed.
Members of the motion objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2 by King of Hemphill relating to measures for ensuring safety and security in public schools, including the establishment of a school safety grant program and a school safety plan implementation grant program, and the allocation of certain constitutional transfers of money to the state school safety fund, the economic stabilization fund, and the state highway fund.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you for the opportunity to lay out HB 2. House Bill 2 establishes 2 grant programs that will be funded by the new school safety fund established in HJR 1. The first program is the school safety grant program, which is capped at $1.1 billion per year. This program will fund the school safety allotment at a rate of 1% of the BA per enrolled student, plus a campus allotment rate ranging from $50,000 to $200,000, depending on the number of students on campus. The second program is the School Safety Plan Implementation Grant Program. This program will ensure schools are provided financial support for projects that enhance safety of schools by reimbursing districts the cost associated with implementing their approved school safety plan. I believe there are some amendments.
Is Ms. Zwiener on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
The chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a straightforward amendment to add fentanyl awareness programs to the list of categories that schools can use the funding for under the school safety grant. So I think it's a common sense amendment to make sure we're addressing the fentanyl poisoning crisis in our schools, and it leverages some of the programs we approved in the budget earlier this year. I move adoption.
Ms. Weiner sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptably altered. Objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Landgraf.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last year, our schools have unfortunately faced a surge in false threats, including claims of bomb threats and school shootings. The implications of that can be very significant, placing a financial burden on law enforcement, risking desensitization of the public to genuine threats, and causing disruptive chaos in our schools. This amendment has a clear objective. It is to deter hoax threat calls by imposing a more stringent penalty for that crime. However, upon further consideration, I do think that this would create some germaneness issues and jeopardize a very good bill by Chairman King, and so I don't want to jeopardize that. I do intend to address this at a future date, but at this time I would like to withdraw the amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Swanson.
The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, similar to the bill that I brought during session, this protects school children and parents from loopholes that some schools are using to get around the requirement for parental consent for psych testing and treatment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentlelady yield for a question.
The gentlelady yield for questions.
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Swanson. Sorry, I didn't have my device nearby, and I heard you laying out an amendment. So could you just walk through what you're trying to do with this amendment?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Thank you. The Texas law, as currently in statute, says that schools must obtain parental consent for any sort of psychological testing or treatment, and most of your reputable companies are following that to the T. But unfortunately, as came out in the hearing for my bill in regular session, many parents came from around the state to say that their school districts were skirting the current law requiring parental consent by putting it into the curriculum and various ways that were not intended by the legislature. So this bill just closes those loopholes to make sure that schools are all following the Texas law's intent that parental consent be obtained before psychological testing or treatment.
Okay, so the concern that you're trying to address in the school safety bill has to do with some schools putting things in the curriculum that you think is inappropriate? Did I understand that right?
It would be inappropriate by Texas law, and we need to make sure that we clarify by closing these loopholes that should not be used to skirt Texas law.
Okay.
And I believe this amendment is acceptable to the author.
Okay. And so by doing this, how will this impact the school safety and school security provisions of the bill, which is what I understand the purpose of the bill is?
Well, it actually works quite well with the bill, and if you look and see where it fits into the bill, and the parliamentarians have said that it is germane to the bill.
Yeah, I'll wait till it gets back. Okay. All right. Thank you, Representative Swanson.
Thank you.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I rise on a point of order under Rule 11, Section 2, that the amendment is on a different subject than the bill.
Please bring your point of order down front. Ms. Zwiener raised a point of order against further consideration of the Swanson Amendment of Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds the amendment is not germane to the bill. The bill creates a new school safety grant program and specifies the permissible uses of the grant by transferring current law criteria that governs the use of the school safety allotment repealed by the bill. The Swanson Amendment would require parental consent before grant funds could be used to administer certain mental health diagnostic instruments. The use of existing law criteria for a statutory successor does not alter the fact that the criteria are essentially reenacted for a different program, and thus the criteria are open to amendment under these circumstances. Because the bill establishes a new grant program, the Swanson Amendment is a validly phrased exception to the requirements of the bill. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
I'm waiting for the amendment author to come back to the mic.
Yes, sir. The amendment is temporarily withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Ramos.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment ensures that we address the root causes leading to unprecedented school violence, like in Uvalde, plaguing our students. Rather than applying a small Band-Aid to a gaping wound, this amendment lays the foundation for transformative school safety response. What this amendment does is require school districts and open enrollment charter schools to first employ or contract with mental health personnel at each district or school campus before the school can use safety grant to contract a campus police officer. We often hear the governor and many politicians say this is a mental health issue when our children are getting slaughtered in schools. So what we want to do is ensure that if in fact that is the case, then we employ mental health professionals to protect our children at schools. In my district, in House District 102, we asked the kids to give us an analysis, or if they had a bill in a perfect world, a law, what would they want? And I thought these high school kiddos would say pizza every day, or, you know, we could go to school late, or what have you. What the children did is they did a survey in the school, and what they asked for, more than anything, if they were in a perfect world, they would have a mental health professional at every school to address the needs of their peers. So what I'm asking is that we listen to this, that we listen to our children, and if we in fact do not believe that it's a gun problem but a mental health problem, then let's put our money where our mouth is, let's protect our children, and let's ensure that in this school safety bill, we go beyond hardening and go internally to protect our children, provide them the resources they need so that they can graduate in a safe space, getting the help that they need so that we can have a productive learning environment and a brighter future for all of our children and working professionals in our academic institutions.
Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield for
The gentlelady
clarifying
yield for questions.
Yes, I'll
She
yield.
yields for questions.
Rep. Ramos, I just wanted to understand clearly. So the basis of the school safety bill is to make our campuses safer. And what we've heard over the last year is that the basis of or explanation for school shootings and tragedies has been mental health. It's been a governor's priority. We've heard it repeated in the news over and over again. What your amendment, to be clear, does is that it makes sure that districts and schools receiving this school safety grant money has on their campus a mental health professional that can counsel, advise, and help these students if they are experiencing any kind of mental health issue as a preventative measure. Is that right?
That's exactly right. We don't want to just react like we did in Uvalde with children being slaughtered. We want to prevent it. So when there is an issue, these children, even the educators in our academic institutions, will be able to go seek the help that they need before we are then encountered with what we saw in Uvalde. This gives our children a better chance. This gives our educators a better chance to not only be educated, but to be safe and address any prospective mental health issues that may result in something as graphic and as just horrific as what we experienced in Uvalde.
This seems really basic, but this wasn't already included in the language of the bill?
No, it was not.
Okay, well, it's a good amendment. I hope it'll serve our school districts and our students well. I hope it's amenable to the author. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I move passage, adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. King in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this amendment seeks to do is stop school districts from being able to use this school safety allotment to cover the cost of chaplains and prohibit the use of the safety allotment to pay for peace officers, security officers, or marshals unless they have an employed mental health professional on each campus. That is not a feasible reality, and for that I'm opposed.
Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose?
Yes. Will the bill author yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I yield.
Okay. Rep. King, you're saying that it's not feasible because it's requiring every school campus to have a mental health professional, correct?
I am, and most small schools don't have a mental health professional available on each campus every day. And that's not what this... What HB 2 seeks to do is to fund what we did in HB 3 in the regular session. It doesn't seek to limit the ability for schools to secure themselves, and this amendment is trying to stop school districts from taking security measures.
Yet, on the same token, it's requiring every school to have a chaplain. So you're requiring additional personnel for every school.
No, ma'am. It does not require a district to have a chaplain. It says they can use a chaplain. It does not require a chaplain.
So your main objection is that it's a mandate on every school, and every school may not have the resources to acquire or obtain a mental health professional. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Your primary objection is that this is a mandate for every school to have a mental health professional, yet they may not have the resources to obtain one.
No, not at all. My primary objection to this amendment is it would effectively stop a school district from being able to secure their schools via a school marshal program or the like.
Because
that's my objection.
Because it's adding a requirement. Is that?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Well, the amendment that is being contemplated right now, the one just before this, does the same thing. Just by the way.
Yeah, we're not talking about that amendment. We're talking about this one.
Would you be agreeable to an amendment to the amendment that instead of saying, because I know that you want our school districts and our children to be safe, and I know that having a mental health professional on every campus can only help and support that end objective. Would you be agreeable to an amendment to the amendment that says that every school doesn't have to have their own, but that a conglomerate or collection of schools in the same region can share a mental health professional?
No, I would not be amenable to that amendment, and the reason I wouldn't be is I believe school districts, there are certain things that need to happen within a district, and school districts are doing everything they can right now to do those partnerships, and I don't believe this legislature needs to dictate who they partner with.
So there's not enough funding in this billion-plus pot of money for even a group of schools in a similar region or a nearby region to have a mental health professional. Is that what you're saying? There's
That
not
is
enough
not what I'm
money?
saying, and you know that's not what I'm saying. What
No,
I'm saying,
no, actually, I don't.
What I'm
No, I
saying,
really don't. I just
what
know
I'm
that
saying
there's
is
a pot
school
of grant
districts-
money of $1
school
billion,
districts will meet their-
and
would you like
I'm
me to
not
answer?
sure
Members-
why that can't be spent for this. I'm really not
Members,
sure.
let's not speak over one another.
This isn't an antagonistic question. It really is a question, a serious inquiry. There's over $1 billion, and I'm just saying, is it not enough money for the schools to be able? Not every school, maybe a school district could share a mental health professional. If it's a school district of 10 or 15 or 20 schools, there's not enough money for the school districts to be able to do that in the interest of obtaining the objective, which is to make the campuses safer.
And I think if school districts make the choice to spend their allotment on that cause, that is up to the local district, and how they partner should be up to the districts that partner together. But no, I'm not in favor of this amendment.
So you're saying that school districts can voluntarily choose to obtain a mental health professional. You're just not okay with requiring it.
No, I think school districts, given what we did in HB3, have a lot of incentive from this legislature to put mental health first. And I think what this amendment does is it seeks to gut the ability to secure a school under the guise of mental health. So I'm still against this amendment.
I think gut's a little strong. Just, you're not going to gut something because you hire one mental health professional. But I think it's a good amendment, and thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you for your opinion.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want everybody to understand how we have always said, or Governor Abbott, many of the individuals in this room have always said, there is a mental health issue. It's not about guns. It's a mental health issue. This is our opportunity to really, really address it. As legislators, we have it in our power to make a change. Undiagnosed, untreated, and inadequately treated mental illness can significantly interfere with a student's ability to learn, grow, and develop. Greg Abbott's own teacher vacancy task force. Mr. Speaker, I can't hear. Mr. Speaker, I can't even hear myself talk.
Members, please take your conversations outside the room.
Greg Abbott's own teacher vacancy task force found that teachers report losing as much as 144 minutes of instructional time on average to classroom behavior management and behavioral disruptions every week, which is roughly a full day per week and 3 weeks of a school year. We say over and over and over again, it's about mental health. If we truly care about our children, we would ensure that they have access to those mental health professionals. What is happening in our communities now, every day, when our 6-year-olds are driving up to school, they see police officers at the door. It is an intimidating and scary environment. And unfortunately, we created that environment. But instead of continuing to grow a very dangerous, scary environment, let's be proactive. Let's find actual solutions and help these children where they need it most, internally, before it becomes dangerous. I ask that you support this amendment. If you truly support children and truly believe it's a mental health issue, this is your opportunity to support my amendment, to support our children, and to give all of our children and teachers and school administrators a better chance at a better future. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Ramos voting aye. Mr. King Hemphill voting nay. Mr. Patterson voting nay. Show Mr. Hayes voting nay. Show Mr. Gertis voting nay. Mr. Harless voting nay. Have all members voted. Mr. Tallarico voting aye. Have all members voted. There being 60 ayes and 84 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Swanson.
The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This has been amended from the amendment that I brought up just a few minutes ago to include concerns that Gina Hinojosa brought me, that it might be conceived that this was granting permission. Instead, it is the permission for psychological testing is already in the bill and in current law, and current law requires parental consent already. This is just to close loopholes that some schools are unethically using to get around current law, and then they're doing psychological testing without parental consent. So we changed a little wording there to clarify that this does not give permission for the testing. It just says if they get a grant to do it, they must then get parental consent. And then one other thing that was brought to me by Representative Thompson was to just clarify that parent on line 11 there does include or guardian. We did look up the law. Parent is defined as someone who stands in the stead of a parent, but just to make it very clear, we have put or guardian in there. And it is my understanding that Representative Moody has an amendment to my amendment.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I appreciate Ms. Swanson working with me on this. What the amendment would do is create a small exception on the consent provision. And this is implicated by a situation, if you recall what happened in Uvalde. You have a student whose parents are not engaged. There's no one around really to talk to. They have no ability to figure out how to get that consent. In fact, one of the biggest problems in that situation is this is someone that fell through every crack imaginable, and there was no way to figure out what was going on, and the attacker just disappeared. And so the exception is very narrow. If this is being done as part of an active threat assessment, so if they feel like there's something going on, then this would be a narrow exception to the consent requirement. It certainly doesn't do any damage to the ultimate underlying policy proposal, but in those instances where there's an active threat assessment going on, that we would allow for these types of evaluations to go forward. And I appreciate Ms. Swanson agreeing to accept this amendment to her amendment, and so I move adoption.
Mr. Moody sent the amendment. The amendment is acceptably authored. Objecting to the adoption of the amendment as amended. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. Members, hang on. We have one more amendment. Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise on a point of order under Rule 11, Section 2, against further consideration of the Swanson Amendment.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Collier.
The chair recognizes Ms. Collier for the amendment to the amendment.
Oh, I bet you do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I have an amendment to the amendment. As we know that this amendment by Representative Swanson is part of SB 595 from the 88th regular session, and I just wanted to make this a complete amendment by adding a section that everybody had the chance to look at during the regular session. And so what this amendment does is that it says that none of its provisions may be construed to affect a child's consent to counseling for suicide prevention, chemical addiction, or dependency, or sexual, physical, or emotional abuse, or the duty to report child abuse or neglect, or an investigation of abuse or neglect under applicable family code provisions. And I just want to point out that this was exact language from Representative Swanson's bill that she carried during the regular session for Senator Kolkhorst. And the sponsors were Swanson, Hefner, Buckley, Patterson, Slauson. Co-sponsors were Allison, Anderson, Cunningham, Frazier, Cody Harris, Harrison Hull, Isaac King, Leo Wilson, Noble, Paul, and Schaefer. And this is the exact same language from that bill that everyone signed on to. So it just says that the consent is nothing in this amendment would be required to have consent for these matters. And with that, I move.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
The gentlelady yield for questions.
Just couldn't hear back here. I just want to clarify. You're just putting in language from the bill during session that people here have signed on to.
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
So we're just going back to that language.
It's the exact same language taken from the bill. In fact, I just read the bill analysis to explain the amendment because it's the exact same language from the regular session that was carried by Representative Swanson. So I'm just trying to complete the amendment that she has presented to us so that way it's a full picture.
Part of it was left off.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Move adoption.
The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson in opposition to the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm in opposition to this because it greatly weakens the bill, the amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Never mind.
All right. Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady
Will the gentlelady yield for questions? The gentlelady yield for questions?
He's asking if you want to yield for questions. You yield?
Yeah.
She yields for questions.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Representative Swanson, I just wanted to get a clearer understanding because this is language from a bill that you carried on the House floor. You passed it through the committee and now you brought it to the House floor. So I'm trying to get an understanding as to what part of this amendment to your amendment that you have issue with.
Thank you for asking that, Representative Collier. That part was added later. It was not as the bill was originally filed, and it was done at the request of Representative Tallarico, but we felt like it weakened the bill, and it did not get his support anyway, so it seemed kind of pointless to put that in there now.
So what you're saying is Senator Kolkhorst's bill that you carried and that Representatives Hefner, Chair Buckley, Representative Patterson, Slauson, Allison, Anderson, Cunningham, Frazier, Cody Harris, Harrison Hull, Isaac King, Leo Wilson, Noble, Paul, and Schaefer all supported this particular language, but right now you don't support it.
I think that it weakens the bill, and I think the bill stands alone the amendment now, it stands alone just fine as it is.
So let's talk about what this amendment does. So it says that you don't have to get parental consent in certain situations. So if an individual is needing some help with sexual or physical or emotional abuse. And it could be by the parent. Your bill amendment would require the parental consent to get that help.
It is my belief that current law takes care of those situations and that this amendment stands well as it is.
Well, not without this particular language on there, because one of the reasons why you want to make sure that you have this amendment to the amendment added to yours is because you want to make sure that the child or the student who needs help can seek that help without fear of retribution in the home. So if there is something happening in the home, we want them to be able to reach out. And that's all that this amendment does. It says that you don't have to get parental consent, especially in those circumstances, if it's something that is emotional abuse or physical abuse happening at home. And so all we're asking is for you to put back in add this part that you had in SB 595 to your amendment, to make it a complete amendment, to make sure that we don't leave anyone in the gap and that they can seek help if they are in this type of harmful situation.
Well, thank you for asking that. That bill applied to general law, and that problem was already covered. This has to do with anyone receiving this grant and what the grant can be used for. So it's a different situation, and so it will not affect what you're talking about because this is about these grants and how they can be used.
Well, I would have to disagree, Representative, respectfully, because in order to qualify for the grant, you're saying that they have to have consent for psychological and examination, basically. And so what we're saying is, yes, you can do that, but in these certain situations, we don't need parental consent because the danger is so grave to that student. In these it's only in these situations. We're talking about chemical dependency. I'm trying to figure out why we wouldn't want that child to freely reach out for help without fear of retribution in the home. And without that provision, that could very well happen.
This is about how the grant money can be spent, and general law, Texas law already allows for the student to seek that help themselves.
No,
it's not about that. This is about them doing psychological tests and examinations with grant money. So it is my belief that what you're bringing up is just not germane to this amendment because of the things I just mentioned.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
I don't believe that what you're bringing up is germane to this amendment because this amendment is about psychological tests and examinations and without parental consent. And it's about grant money. It is not stopping a child from being able to go and seek help themselves.
Well, I have to disagree with that too, respectfully, because if you're going to do an examination and you don't define what an examination is, because it could be as easy as, please tell us what's going on. How is it impacting you? That is part of the examination. And what you're saying is that they have to get parental consent before they can even do that.
These words have been well vetted for months, and I believe that all the situations you're talking about are already fine, and I don't believe that that properly belongs in the bill, and I have concerns about whether your amendment could kill the bill on germaneness.
Well, you said kill the bill how? Say that again, you kill the bill how? I didn't hear your last part.
Is my...
Members, please take your conversations outside the room.
I believe that the situations you're talking about are already covered in Texas law and do not belong in this particular amendment and in this particular bill.
Okay, well, I don't have a point of order in front of us to say that it's not germane. But if you believe that it's already covered, then there's no harm in adding it as an extra layer of precaution. Because again, we just want to make sure, because you don't define examination, right? What is an examination? Maybe you can help explain that.
I believe that there will be so many different situations needing interpretation that it is impossible to cover all of those, and I think it would fall to the generally accepted definition.
Okay, well, I'll just clarify, because your bill does say a psychological or psychiatric examination is to elicit information regarding an attitude, habit, trait, opinion, belief. So if a child believes that they are being emotionally abused, under your amendment, they would have to get written consent from the parent to conduct that examination.
Texas law already covers that situation, and this is about grant money and about examinations.
Exactly.
Parents should be in charge of examinations, psychiatric and psychological examinations.
Well, you already carved out an exception for a threat assessment by taking the Moody Amendment, and this is another exception for these two provisions in the Family Code. One would be Section 32.004, when we're talking about sexual, emotional, physical abuse, and then also when we're talking about chemical dependency or suicide prevention. These are certain situations where requiring written parental consent may delay or even harm a child's well-being. And all we're doing is putting back in language that you had in your prior bill to ensure that we can have the children can have a safe way of requesting help.
I appreciate that point. Again, I think that it's the situations are already allowed for in law, and we
Can you tell me where?
That
where is that at?
Parents.
The general lady's time's expired. The chair recognizes Ms. Collier to close on her amendment to the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is language that was in a prior bill that was filed by Representative Swanson and was set to be on the House floor. It was on the general calendars, and there were several of you who signed on to this same exact language. I didn't change it, I just cut and paste. So this is language that has been vetted by you and approved. What we want to ensure is that students will have the opportunity to seek help for these particular situations. There's no reason why you should have parental consent if the actual harm is happening in the home. And so this is a concern that was obviously raised by many of you who signed on to this bill and then hence added it as part of the language to the bill. And so we just want to make sure that these students can seek assistance or help, because this definition that is added in the amendment for psychological or psychiatric exam or test is very broad, and it could be as simple as asking someone, a child.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Oh,
yes.
sorry.
Question for the author. Will the lady yield?
Yes, but can I finish this one?
Not at this time, Mr. Kane.
Oh, I will yield, though. Allowing the child to seek help for one of these situations. So Because of the definition of psychological or psychiatric exam or test as a method designed to elicit information regarding an attitude, habit, trait, opinion, belief, feeling, or mental disorder, or a condition thought to lead to a mental disorder, is part of the amendment, we want to make sure that we don't miss these opportunities to provide safety or provide a way for that child to seek help. It just doesn't make sense to allow the perpetrator, if in fact that would be the case, to consent to an exam. I mean, I just don't understand why you would require that. But I will yield now to a question.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Yes. Question for the author.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, for a question.
The gentlelady yields.
I see here we got consent to counseling under Section 32.04 of the Family Code. What is that?
Consent to counseling? I'm
Yeah.
not sure. What do you mean?
Okay. So are we disagreeing that parents should, have the final say in anything that goes on with their child's education?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that there's certain situations where the consent for a parent may cause more harm than good.
Yeah, but you said
it may
may,
delay. It may even further delay the help that that child needs. So
Yeah.
32.0.
I hear you saying that it may happen, and I just, I hate to see the exception eat the rule. I think you would then agree that absent that may, that circumstance, that parents should be in charge of consenting to these things.
All I'm saying is that a child may consent. So 32.004, a child, because we have counselors in schools now, right? And so if the child needs help, which is a part of a psychological exam or test, they should be able to seek help on their own, consent on their own for suicide prevention, chemical addiction or dependency, or sexual, physical, or emotional abuse. Because of the way that psychological or psychiatric treatment, examination, or test is defined, it very well could include this type of treatment or program.
All right, thank you, Representative. I still just think that parents should be in charge of all things, and they should get their consent for this.
Well,
Understood.
when we look at 32.004, we say that they can consent to these particular areas. A child can. And if that's the case, we want to make sure that they can still consent to those same areas under the provisions of this amendment.
Understood. Thank you, ma'am.
Who's that? Okay. So again, members, this is language that you've already looked at, and once again, this was Senator Colcourse's amendment that Representative Swanson carried, Representative Hefner, Buckley, Patterson, Slauson, Allison, Anderson, Cunningham, Frazier, Cody Harris, Harrison, Hall, Isaac, Ken King, Leo Wilson, Noble, Paul, and Schaefer all agreed to the same exact language, and it passed out of the Public Education Committee, whose members include Cody Harris, Brian Harrison, Cole Hefner, Ken King, Matt Schaefer, Brad Buckley, Alma Allen, Dutton, Hinojosa, Longoria, and Tallarico again. So again, this bill, this language, is something that has been considered and vetted and approved to provide the safety for the children. With that, I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the Collier Amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. So Representative Ken King voting nay. So Representative Slauson voting nay. Have all voted? There being 62 ayes and 83 nays, the amendment fails to be adopted. Anyone else wish to speak on for or against the Swanson Amendment as amended? Chair recognizes Representative Swanson to close.
Lacey was made. All right. Yes, I move adoption.
Question occurs on the Swanson Amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. So Representative Swanson voting aye, Representative Burrows voting aye, Representative King voting aye. Have all voted? There being 83 ayes and 59 nays, the amendment is adopted. Does any other member wish to speak on for or against House Bill 2? Chair recognizes Representative King of Hemphill to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the governor once again for putting this important issue on the call. We have a lot of debate going to go on today, but nothing's more important than school safety. Move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of House Bill 2. A record vote's been requested. A record vote is granted. Clerk will ring the bell. So Representative King of Hemphill voting aye. Have all voted? 145 ayes and 2 nays. House Bill 2 is passed to third reading. Passed to engrossment.
The chair lays out HB 1 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1 by Buckley, relating to primary and secondary education, including the certification, compensation, and health coverage of certain public school employees, the public school finance system, special education in public schools, and the establishment of education savings account program, measures to support the education of public schools students, and includes certain education grant programs, reading instruction, and early childhood education, the provisions of virtual education, and public school accountability.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there's no more important issue than providing educational excellence to more than 6 million Texas school children. To that end, the Select Committee that Speaker Phelan appointed this last summer held 2 days of hearings in mid-July to hear testimony from stakeholders across the state. In mid-August, a formal report was released with recommendations aimed at solving problems highlighted in the hearings and proposed policy solutions in keeping with the charges of the committee. The bill before you is built around the findings in that report. Over the last several months, the debate over education in Texas has been framed in an either-or manner. Either you support public education or you support parental choice. I reject that premise, and HB 1 delivers historic funding and accountability assessment reform for our public schools while also creating education savings accounts that prioritize students with learning challenges and families in need of more education options. As the father of 3 children, I was blessed with the resources to provide them unique educational experiences and opportunities to meet their unique talents and also to help them deal with their unique challenges. Susan and I found those opportunities for our kids in Texas public schools, and for that, I am forever grateful. I'm certain that HB 1 invests in the eternal truth that no one is more important in the education of a child than a parent. And that investment must include empowering parents with the choice of choosing an outstanding public school and parental choice options. As I mentioned earlier, HB 1 is built upon the hard work of the Select Committee on Educational Enrichment and Opportunity, but it's also built upon the hard work of the Public Education Committee that met during the 88th session. House Bill 100, House Bill 11, Senate Bill 9 from the regular session, which all passed with bipartisan support in this chamber, are included in this legislation. Now, I know that most members are primarily concerned with the ESA provision, and we'll discuss those momentarily. But my goal in working on this bill has always been to offer as much positive support from the state of Texas to as many students as possible in our great state. House Bill 1 is a large piece of legislation, and it covers a number of policy areas. Article 1 is intended to improve educator compensation and retention and improve the quality of educator preparation. It adjusts the minimum salary schedule. It reforms the process through which the State Board of Educator Certification can sanction teachers. And it codifies recommendations from the 2022 Teacher Vacancy Task Force to include the creation of a residency partnership allotment and a teacher time study by the Texas Education Agency. Article 2 includes changes to the public school finance system beginning in 2023-24, including a one-time retention stipend for all part-time and full-time teachers, counselors, nurses, and librarians. It establishes a fine arts allotment to bring quality fine arts education to some of the most challenged kids in our public schools. These changes are designed in part to provide for immediate financial infusion to educators for the current school year, as recommended by the Teacher Vacancy Task Force, but to also make sure we make strategic investments in programs that will hit the hearts of more kids in our great state. Furthermore, Article 2 provides a grant program to offset the reduction in certain funds due to property value studies, the old state value or local value versus assigned values in the state. This topic garnered much discussion in our Select Committee hearings. This bill sets a path forward to resolve that for our public schools. The teacher stipend begins in year 1. It's $4,000 for full-time teachers, nurses, counselors, and librarians. $2,000 for part-time teachers, nurses, counselors, and librarians. And the teacher pay raise is paid for by an increase in the basic allotment in year 2, the second year of the biennium, at $6,700. Article 3 also includes several allotment-specific adjustments to the funding formulas. It creates new allotments for certain student groups, including students in pre-K partnerships and military family students, students that deal with moving around our country, that deal with parents being deployed, that deal with often human loss. Our military students and our military families are a tremendous asset to my district and to many of you on this floor, and also to our great state. The changes in this bill are designed to ensure that the legislature invests additional state funds into the finance system, both broadly and specifically, to best meet the needs of Texas students and to abide by the state's constitutional requirement that the legislature establish and make suitable provision for the support and maintenance of an efficient system of public free schools. Article 4 introduces a number of sustained investments in public school systems beginning in 25-26 in that school year and beyond, designed to adjust allotments that are created to improve student outcomes, including, again, the basic allotment, which our districts have told us time after time is important. It expands the teacher incentive allotment to recognize more excellent teachers and modifies certain existing allotments to include funding for P-TECH and New Tech students, as well as attending in those campuses that are participating in the additional day school year program. We all know that teachers matter most to student achievement than any other aspect of our schooling. You put a great teacher in front of a classroom, and that's your pathway to education outcome success for our kids. So the expansion of the teacher incentive allotment is a key lever to ensure that great teachers stay in the classroom. Further, early results from campuses participating in the additional day school year have shown a 5+ point increase in accountability scores from 2019 to 2022 when you compare them with campuses that do not offer this option. Article 4 recognizes implementation hurdles with these programs and adjusts requirements and technical support accordingly. Among other changes in Article 4, we create new funding streams for students in advanced math pathways to help ensure more students graduate high school prepared for college-level coursework. We want more kids to take Algebra 1 in the 8th grade. Article 4 also shifts special education funding to be reflective of the intensity of services provided as recommended by the Texas Commission on Special Education Funding. Article 5 enacts many of the recommendations that the Commission has from the 87th Legislature, including creating a comprehensive system related to special education to ensure state and local compliance with federal and state law related to special education. Article also creates and reauthorizes multiple grant programs for certain student populations, such as those with dyslexia and autism. Article 6 establishes education savings accounts administered by the comptroller with broad eligibility for parents in Texas to access savings accounts administered by certified education assistance organizations. It can fund tuition, fees, and other approved educational expenses at pre-approved educational institutions and service providers. If there are more applicants than funds available, the program will prioritize participation among low-income families and students with disabilities. The program includes accountability through private school accreditation and has various mechanisms to prevent fraud or abuse, as well as autonomy protections for institutional participants. There will be an annual report on the program and a review as part of the TEA's sunset review process. The ESA amount in this bill is 75% of the estimated statewide average amount of funding per student and average daily attendance for the applicable school year as determined on January 15th of each year. Currently, under this bill, the amount would be approximately $10,000 or $10,500. Money not spent for that year is returned to the comptroller and to the general fund, and funds do not roll over. Homeschool students would receive $1,000. Appropriation limitations for the program include the amount of money, the greater of the amount of money appropriated for purposes for the program in the preceding biennium, or the amount of money necessary for the biennium to provide the amount specified under Section 29.36 for each participating child and each child on the waiting list. So basically, if you have it, you can keep it, and then the waiting list is prioritized, and through that process, those children are funded. The prioritization are students in public school, private school, and homeschool in grades K through 12. They're all eligible to apply. The first priority are children with disability or members of a household with a total income that is at or below 400% of the federal poverty limit. That's $120,000 a year. Priority group number 2 are members of a household with a total annual income that is at or below 185% of the federal poverty limit, which is $55,500 or below. Priority 3 are children who are members of a household with a total income that is between $55,500 and $120,000 a year. And priority 4 are children who are members of a household with annual income of $120,000 or greater. The expenses covered include tuition and fees from private schools, higher education tuition and fees, textbooks, instructional materials required by a school, costs related to academic assessments, expenses for tutors, transportation, computer hardware, software that is prescribed by a physician for a child's educational benefit, and certain qualified academic-centered before and after school programs. The program requires a student who accepts the ESA to take the state assessment or a nationally normed reference test that crosswalks to the state assessment. The onus is on the parent for the student to sit for the exam. Students who do not perform satisfactorily on the assessment 2 years in a row are no longer qualified for the ESA program. TEA ensures that each child participating will be administered each assessment, and TE shall provide the comptroller the results. It also requires the comptroller to audit program participants. If a child leaves the ESA program, the local ISD or local education agency is entitled to receive an amount equal to the amount of the child's account returned to the state. So if you take an ESA, you go to a private school for a quarter of the year, you go back to a public school, the remaining balance of 75% of that account travels with that child back to the public school. And when that child returns, the child is not included or considered a part of the accountability system for that campus for the remainder of that year. This bill requires a wait list to be developed by the comptroller with categories and demographics of students that are applying, and particularly those that did not receive an ESA. It requires the comptroller to deliver an annual report on the efficacy of the program, and money received under the program may not be used to pay any person who is related to a program participant. And critically, the legislature, every odd year, has the opportunity on a go-forward basis to evaluate the program and reauthorize funding for this program. So ultimately, under this article, we have to decide, is every circumstance and every opportunity in a kid in a public school now, does it meet their needs? I would say for the vast majority, the answer to that is yes. It met the needs for my kids. It met the need for myself and my wife and my family. It meets the need for my nieces and nephews. I'm assuming it will meet the need for my grandson. However, there are Texas families, to no fault of anyone, who things just aren't working. Maybe a child with special needs. They may be a child that is being bullied. Or maybe a child that for some reason, that experience is just not serving them well. They're not advancing in a way that parents want. Article 6 simply provides a pathway. Members, I would argue at a time such as this, it is absolutely important to fund our public schools, help make up for this tremendous inflationary burden that they're under, but also give parents every tool in the toolbox. Think back at the moments in your own life. There are many parents here. Think about the times when you weren't sure that things were going the way they should for your child in school. When that happened to me, we had the resources to pick up and go elsewhere. Not every Texan is that privileged. Not every Texan has those options. And so for a very, very small percent of Texans, Article 6, education savings accounts, will provide that option. In my district in Killeen, Texas, is a school called Oak Creek Academy. It was founded in metal building on the edge of town that was a former daycare. The director of that program is a high school classmate of mine who taught public school for 12, 14 years and received her doctorate in special education. Her passion is helping kids with special needs. To that end, she purchased a school that was left vacant by our local school district, remodeled it, and created the Oak Creek Academy for kids with special needs, where 84 extraordinary youngsters attend every day. These children face significant learning challenges. Many are autistic. Many have never been to any school but that school. Others had been in public schools where parents just felt like they were not receiving what they needed. Many of the public schools agreed that the children were not receiving what they needed. And so Oak Creek is a landing spot for those kids. Among those kids, of course, are their parents. An E4 in the Army with a wife who works the drive-thru at the local Raising Cane's, who also works another part-time job, and the soldier that works on the weekends when he can to pay the tuition. The tuition, by the way, which is under $10,000 a year. It is a family such as that this program is designed to serve. A family that is faced with challenges for their kids that I never faced. And I'm certain there are members on this floor that have. And I pray that you were able to provide that opportunity for your kids. And I know many of you have. Again, for me, finding the solutions to unique challenges for my children was to take them to another public school. But for some parents, that isn't an option. Members, I urge you to consider that today as you vote on this bill, as you vote on amendments, that is there a place for parents that have exhausted all other options, that aren't blessed with the finances or the time to pick up and move or adjust their daily work schedule so you can drive further to take your kids to school, pick them up after school? Is there a place for them in your consideration today? Members, this is a really contentious issue. And I have friends on both sides. And I can assure you, we will be friends after this debate. But I humbly ask for you to look at the merits of this bill from top to bottom, from the investments we make in public schools, to the parental options, to secure their God-given right to direct the education of their children. I ask you to give it a really, really close look. Put yourself in those shoes and ask yourself, why are you really here? I never thought about this issue much over the last several sessions. Quite frankly, when school choice was brought up to me as a school board member, I kind of shrugged it off because I never considered taking my kids anywhere but to a public school. But I can tell you one thing. When I was sitting on the House Education Committee in March, and a bill became before the committee that basically said if a child is failing to be on reading on grade level by the third grade, that parents should have an option to access some private money to get extra tutoring to close the gap at the most important time in their legislation. And what disheartened me the most was the resounding no from so many. The resounding no. Will today be a resounding no to the second grader that can't read? Will it be a resounding no to the parents with 2 children with autism that are struggling to keep them in an environment where they are thriving? Will it be a resounding no? I ask you to think about that today. And members, there's more. As we move through the bill, Article 7 provides early literacy changes that build around teacher literacy achievement academies or reading academies. We also, Article 7 has changes that should look familiar. It has parts of a bill that moved me and other members to consider a school choice option, a literacy bill. A literacy bill that said if a student is at risk and not reaching grade level in 3rd grade, what can we do to catch that child up at the most important time in their life? Why that is controversial, I do not know. I absolutely do not know. As we move on, Article 8 enacts recommendations from the Texas Commission on Virtual Education. It clarifies funding allocations for hybrid and full-time virtual campuses, and it defines student eligibility and provides professional development for educators. And finally, Article 9.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Article 9 creates the Texas Commission on Assessment and Accountability that requires the Commission to develop and make recommendations by 2025 for improvement to the current assessment and accountability system that apply to public and charter schools and the adoption of new assessment and accountability systems as provided by the federal Every Student Succeeds Act. Members, this is A through F. This is the STAR test. This is a moment when we say, when parents tell us, the STAR test creates anxiety, it's one test one day, there's anxiety with my child, there's anxiety with our schools, there's anxiety amongst teachers. This is the opportunity for us to come together and have real meaningful reform. The last time this body considered accountability and assessment reform was in 2015. Great ideas, a long laundry list. There's one pilot program that came from that. And I can tell you now, given the litigation status of A through F, you can't tell me that that system is not in need of reform. Accountability is important, but we need a system that recognizes the stress and strain that we put on our teachers and our kids, but also one that recognizes the holistic value of what our great public schools do for our kids. This bill will also, through this provision, prohibit TA from assigning A through F ratings in the 2022-23 school year, and it requires TEA to use the accountability manual from 2022 until the 2025-26 school year for purposes of rating school systems. You may have heard that TEA has released raw data yesterday. My office is still working through that. Members, there's more than that in this bill, and that's been an exhaustive layout, and I apologize for that. But I wanted to take this opportunity at this time, after all this hard work, and you sit here in November, barely an empty seat, to hear what's in this bill. Not what social media said was in this bill, not what someone told you at the grocery store was in this bill, but from the author of what's in this bill. I look forward to having this debate with you today, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
A question for the author.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Yeah, but extension, please.
Mr. Kane asked for extension of time. The objection, chair, is unsorted. Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Question for the author, sir.
The gentleman yield for questions. Gentleman yield for questions.
I yield. No. Yeah. Representative, some are saying, the opponents of this saying we already have school choice in Texas. Is this true?
Oh, I mean, you have options. You have options where you can often take one child from one school district to another. In our great public schools, we have magnet schools and early college high schools and those types of options. Some districts are open enrollment, others aren't. But what it doesn't contemplate, what our system doesn't contemplate, is a system when all those options still continue to fall short of what parents want for their child. Mm-hmm. And so that's really what we're talking about. This doesn't contemplate the options that are currently there. What you describe is what my wife and I, it's the choice that we had access to and we could provide, mainly because of where we lived. The fact that there are multiple school districts around us, and I'm a flexible schedule person. I could drive from district to district. That is allowed.
Okay. I think
But this is parent-driven.
I think we see some stats, maybe correct me otherwise, that something like 30 states, including D.C., have some form of school choice. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe 32.
Okay. In those states, have we seen educational outcomes improve for those students, or?
I think you can make a great comparison. You can look at the state of Florida. If you look at the Miami-Dade County schools, you're seeing unbelievable improvement in children that are early learners, early childhood, tremendous early childhood improvements, and that's in their public school option. But you also see about 9 other programs that really are tailored to meet the specific needs of families, but more importantly, the specific needs of children.
Yeah. In those states that are doing this, what's happened to public education? Has public education been defunded or ruined in these 30 states that have a school choice program?
I will say, like anything else, the quality of programs of any sort of government endeavor varies in quality from state to state. But you have no evidence of public schools being defunded under these programs. And so I believe that as we look forward in this bill, we need to take into consideration that the funding that is provided in this bill is outside of the foundation school program. This is a separate appropriation, and the bill is constructed that it will always be. And that is, I think, our protection against that. Because like I said, this is not an either or. This comes down to too much of an either or discussion. You're either this side or that side. I would argue that on behalf of Texas children, the place to be is for all kids. For all kids. And I believe this bill does that.
Okay. Have we seen any improvements in the traditional public schools in those states? I mean, have public schools' performance improved due to maybe the competition that comes with school choice programs?
Yeah, I believe so. I know that, and I'll cite Miami-Dade County schools, or Dade County schools again in Miami. They've shown tremendous improvement because of, or in that same environment. I think that, you know, what's interesting, when I was a young veterinarian, I bought my first veterinary clinic, and I was borrowed a lot of money, and it was kind of the dream of a lifetime. And I was driving into work one day, and on a vacant lot on the side of the highway in Killeen, Texas, it said, "Coming soon, PetSmart with a full-service veterinary clinic." And I thought to myself, wow, corporate America has come to my little slice of the world. And this behemoth would eat me alive, and there'd be no way that I can compete in that environment. But what I found under that environment of competition, if you will, is I made certain that I did the things that were positive or the things I could control. And that was every encounter I had with those that entrusted me with the care of their animals was to make certain that that was the absolute best outcome that I could provide for them. And so that's what I've always thought about competition in anything, is that provides a relative amount of incentive, and often this bill would provide a relief valve. You know, superintendents call me all the time, especially with special needs children, about the challenges they're facing meeting those needs. And often that becomes a struggle, an expensive struggle, if you will, between parents and public schools.
Okay.
I think you can find an option, you can find a solution for that in this bill as well.
Okay. What's the amount, say, excluding homeschool students, what's the amount of the ESA that, a child may qualify for under this bill?
For a homeschool?
No, for non-homeschool, for the new.
In this bill as drafted, $10,500.
$10,000. Is that higher or lower than the average private school cost in tuition? I understand it's around $9,700, is that correct?
Yes.
So it's lower, okay. Yeah. So in many instances, people could afford to go to these private schools?
Absolutely. That's why the bill is drafted as it is. You know, this is not a bill that is intended to be a discount for anyone. This is a bill that provides a pathway for a very unique population of youngsters.
Okay. So I've been thinking, I think you've said this, but I just want, there's been a lot of people saying that if you support this program, then you're against kind of the other programs. And so when you say it's possible to wholeheartedly, support the institution of public education, yet still, affirm the primary role of parental involvement?
Absolutely.
Okay.
This is not an either-or proposition.
Yeah. And I've heard said, you're the chair of education, tell me this is true, is parental involvement, how important is that in a child's education?
Well, there's nothing more important.
Okay. So it's number one?
It's number one.
How does this bill increase parental involvement?
Because it gives parents a choice.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions. Ms. Troxclair, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for
The
questions?
gentleman yield for questions. The gentleman yield for questions.
First of all, Dr. Buckley, I just want to say thank you for working in such good faith over this entire year with all of the stakeholders to try to come up with something that respects our public schools, that invests in education, and also respects the right of parents to choose the best education for their children. And because there has been so much attention on unfortunately not outcomes for children, but impact in school districts, I want to ask specifically, are you aware of the studies that have shown that outcomes for public school students, kids that are enrolled in public schools, that outcomes for those kids actually increase if parents in the district have opportunity for an education savings account?
Yes, I've read those studies. I've been reading studies on this issue from across the country for months. And I would also say that in an effort to emphasize the fact that this is not an either-or proposition, you could also make the case that though the parental choice portion of this bill may improve outcomes, but I can assure you that the significant historic funding level for public schools will improve outcomes as well. So again, this is not a either-or proposition. The bill speaks to both.
And are you aware, there's a few studies here. There's one from 2014 that says the introduction of a tax credit scholarship program has a positive effect on student learning in nearby public schools. Yeah. There's another one from, actually it goes on to say, in a large-scale analysis of over 3 million students, the authors find evidence that public school students benefit academically after the introduction of a tax credit program. There's another one here that says the results printed here are consistent with the hypothesis that voucher programs such as the LSP increase student performance by lifting all boats, students enrolled in all kinds of education options. And last but not least, in one of the most comprehensive studies from recently, when more money followed the child to the school of their family's choice, that the students who remained in public schools experienced larger learning gains. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that in this discussion where some have pitted pro-public school against pro-school choice, that's not the case at all, is it?
No, not at all. That's why this bill is constructed the way it is. I'll go back. It's not an either-or proposition. Is that what this bill does in total, in tandem, is to lift up the quality of education for Texas children, which is the goal, to lift up the quality of education for Texas children. And that's why these things are together. And for some, that's why you don't like one part. And you may like the other. And for others, you may like that part but not like the other. But I'm telling you, these things go hand in hand. They are not mutually exclusive. The evidence is clear that we can have tremendous opportunities for Texas children if we follow this pathway. And specifically those that need it the most. Again, those of us sitting in this room, we have options. And we exercise them every day for our kids, or did.
And I'd love to ask you about teacher pay as well, because over 30 other states have already adopted some sort of school choice program. We have data, so we don't have to rely on fear-mongering or what if or whataboutism. We have the data that shows us what happens to kids, what happens to teachers. And are you aware that teachers in public school teachers in areas where there is an ESA program, teacher pay increases? So this program is good for teachers as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And this bill, again, as not an either-or proposition, both parts of this bill, if you will, provide a direct teacher pay raise in the school finance section, and then the data shows that the other choice option has the effect of increasing teacher pay.
Thank you.
The gentleman's time's expired. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Buckley.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This first amendment was requested by the Comptroller's Office to provide some minor changes in the bill. It makes technical corrections to make certain that their role in this legislation can actually function, and it also makes certain that we add that uniforms are an acceptable expenditure under an ESA account. This amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Dr. Buckley sent the amendment. The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk read the amendment. The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Rainey.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rainey to explain the amendment to the amendment. Mr. Tyndall, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise with a point of order against further consideration of this amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 and 3, that no bill shall be amended to change its original purpose or essential elements, essential parts of the bill. I also raise the point of order on Article 3, Section 40 of the Texas Constitution. This amendment takes the bill outside the governor's call.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Tenholt raises a point of order against further consideration of the Rainey Amendment under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane to the bill, and under Rule 11, Section 3, on the grounds that the amendment changes the original purpose of the bill. The Buckley Amendment amends Article 6 of the bill in major particulars, with 34 separate changes to the article. The Rainey Amendment would instead strike Article 6 from the bill. The test of germaneness of an amendment to a pending amendment is its relationship to the pending amendment, and not the bill to which that pending amendment is offered. Here, the subject of both amendments is the text of Article 6. The test for determining whether an amendment changes a bill's original purpose is whether the amendment would accomplish a result that is exactly opposite of the bill. Here, there are 9 articles in the bill, covering a range of matters related to primary and secondary education, and striking Article 6. If ultimately adopted by the House, would not accomplish an exactly opposite result, because major portions of the bill remain in place. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. Mr. Rainey, may you continue. Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
I have a question for the author.
My layout.
Absolutely.
After he lays out the amendment, Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment strikes Article 6 from HB 1. First of all, I want to commend Chairman Buckley for his work on HB 1. I support everything with one exception: the creation of ESAs or vouchers. I have served 6 terms in the House, and never before have I come to drastically change a colleague's bill. I am by no means a public education expert, but I believe in my heart that using taxpayer dollars to fund an entitlement program is not conservative, and it's bad public policy. It is the repeated goal of the state's leadership to provide what they call choice, whether through vouchers or ESAs, to all parents. Therefore, the limitations in HB 1 don't really matter. The value of the proposed ESA vouchers in HB 1 is $10,500 per student. The eventual cost to state taxpayers, when the leadership's goal is achieved, would be $21 billion per biennium, even if not one single current public school student leaves for private education. I want to hold up the education code. This body has spent many years developing this education code. It's probably 1,800 pages in depth. That doesn't include any rulemaking involved around this code. Expanding government to find choice programs for a few without accountability of this code undermines our constitutional and moral duty to educate and protect the children of Texas. Members, this should not be a political vote that makes someone across the hall, across the street, or in a town other than your district happy. We are sent here to vote our districts. I ask that you join me and vote your district. I move adoption.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I do.
The gentleman yields for questions.
I thought I'd ask it right that time, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that. Mr. Rainey, Representative Rainey, virtually every school superintendent, every teacher that I have talked to says the single most important thing, and virtually every study I've read shows that the single most important thing in a kid's life educationally is an engaged parent. And would you agree with that?
I certainly do.
Okay. So in a bill that is going to be perhaps the largest, it's certainly one of the largest funding bills that we have ever done in Texas history for schools, why is it that the one thing that we're going to remove is the only thing that gives those parents options? Why is that your focus, to remove the options from parents?
Well, first of all, I think you're mistaken. There are options. We all have options. Maybe some can't do options, but we cannot fund it if the governor gets his
the bill
where
before us is,
every person.
the bill before us is quite limited. Yeah, I mean, I understand what the governor is talking about and asking for. That's not the bill before us, which is what we're supposed to talk about. So the bill before us is limited at $500 million. Is that correct?
And what is the next bill going to be? It's not going to be limited.
Well, I mean, that is for the next, but the bill before us is limited to $500 million, right? On the ESAs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So can you think of a situation, you represent a lot of folks, 200,000 people. Can you think of any situation, no matter how well the school is run, because the vast majority of the schools in the state are run very well. Can you think of a situation where a parent might feel like that their child is in a situation where they can't flourish no matter how well the public school is operating? Have you heard of any situations like that? Can you imagine
I'm sure
that?
they exist. I don't know that I've personally heard of one.
Okay, well, we certainly have in committee, and I've heard story after story of situations like that. What would you tell the parent that is not as fortunate as people in this room of what their options are? If the only option they have is right there, is the answer essentially no?
I would tell the parent that essentially what's going to be the problem. I feel for them 100%, but we can't pay for the program. It is going to break the state of Texas when this thing reaches its maximum use.
Okay, okay. So every parent, would you agree that every parent, you're a grandparent as well, I think, every parent wants choice for their own kids, is that correct? As many options as possible. You want as many options as possible. If your current situation is not working, do you want as many options for your kids and grandkids as possible, is that correct?
I want options that operate within the law. And we have some constitutional restrictions that we're not supposed to give money to private entities.
Well, I'm very proud of the fact that everybody in here has either financial options or frankly political options to go get a scholarship for their kids. But there are a whole lot of people in the state that don't have that option. So I'll be voting against it, but I appreciate your time.
Sure.
Mr. Darby, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield? Meant to the Texas House.
Thank you.
Well, John, not only your service, but your wife Elizabeth has served right along with you, and I would like to, I know you have found her by your side the whole time, and thank you both for your service.
Thank you very much.
John, thank you for bringing this amendment.
And I want to thank the whole House for.
As the Chairman Buckley said, Article 7, Section 1 of the Texas Constitution says that it shall be the duty of the legislature to the state to establish and make suitable provision for the support and maintenance of an efficient system, and I'm going to stress this, public free schools. Is there anything in our Texas Constitution that says we must take and divert public dollars and direct them to private or parochial schools?
Nothing I'm aware of.
You're a man of duty. You serve faithfully. Do you consider that to be part of your duty to vote for a system that diverts those public dollars to non-free public schools? Would that be a violation of your duty?
It would definitely be a violation of my duty.
I'm going to ask you some budget questions, okay? I think you said it in your layout. Where are we going to get the money for this? Money doesn't just drop in from the heaven. It's hard-earned. It's taxpayer dollars. It's fees. It's sales taxes. It's severance taxes that are collected by the state of Texas to be devoted for public services. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. And we have done everything we can to save taxpayers' dollars by compression of the tax rates. And I appreciate that. But when we do this, what Mr. Buckley's bill does, we're going to be in trouble financially, and we're going to have to rescind some of that.
Let me ask you this. Were you
a part of the 2011 legislative session in which we cut $5 billion out of public schools?
I came in December, so I was not part of that.
Okay, you missed that fund, didn't you?
I missed that fund,
Well,
but I heard about it.
It was not fun. I will tell you. The state was enduring a $10 billion shortfall, and we didn't have enough money to pay for the priorities of this state. And so we had to take money from what I consider to be the top priority of this state, and that's funding public education. But we had to take $5 billion away. We've never fully restored that money, nor have we kept up with inflation. Certainly over the last 2 bienniums, we've not kept up with inflation. So my question is, you supported $18 billion in compression over the last 2 bienniums for property taxpayers, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And where did that money come from? It came from a robust economy?
It did. It came from a very robust economy.
It didn't fall from the trees, but it came from hard-working Texans that earned that, and our economy grew accordingly. Did any of that $18 billion in tax compression add $1 to public education?
No, it did not.
It did not. It was a cost because this legislature said it's a priority to take this money and help property taxpayers in Texas. Everyone on this floor almost unanimously supported that effort. But it did not result in $1 more to education. It simply reversed the disproportionate amount that the legislature pays for the cost of educating public students versus local property taxpayers. So would you consider that to be a priority of yours and of this legislature?
It was a priority.
Okay. The fiscal note on this bill estimates that the cost of the ESA vouchers in the next biennium will be $4 billion. John, where's that going to come from? It's coming out of the Treasury, is it not?
It is coming out of the Treasury.
And if I told you that the Department of Corrections budget in this biennium is $4 billion, would that surprise you? $4 billion per year to maintain our prisons.
Gentleman's time to expire. Mr. Darby.
Mr. Speaker, would you grant an extension, or would the body grant an extension?
There's a motion to extend times of objection. The chair has none so ordered. Mr. Darby.
$4 billion per year to maintain the Department of Corrections, is that correct?
Yes.
Would it surprise you to know that the Department of Public Safety is $3 billion per biennium? Would that surprise you?
No, it wouldn't surprise me.
Would it surprise you that we have committed as a body a great deal of money for border security? That is a priority.
Absolutely.
And that's $4 billion per year, per biennium. Where does all this money come from to be able to support prisons, DPS, border security, higher education coordinating board, Texas Juvenile Justice Department? All of those are funded out of the discretionary part of our budget.
That's correct.
Would it surprise you to know that 88% of our budget is governed by formulas, by constitutionally required spending limits, by statutory measures that we've implemented, and that it only leaves less than 12% to fund discretionary items? Does anybody in this room think it's discretionary that we have prisons? Yeah. Does anybody in this room think it's discretionary to fund DPS? We don't have a lot of flexibility. We are handcuffed because our budget we've made prior decisions. We just made prior decisions on funding energy, broadband. We've taken money out of our available resources to fund very much the priority. So I guess my question to you is, how do you see the ability of the state to meet the priority needs of this state if we continue to take and create another entitlement program?
Mr. Darby, I served on appropriations 4 times, and I think that when I first served on there, the discretionary part of the budget was about 17%. It's reduced. It's made it more difficult for us to handle all of the other things that you just mentioned, other than education and health and human services.
Is this the conservative thing to do? To create another entitlement program? In effect, to create a third education system? We have a public education system, we have a private and parochial education system, and now we're funding a whole network of an entitlement to fund students in this state?
It is not conservative.
And do you ever think in your wildest imagination that that entitlement is going to be cut off in some future budget cycle?
Representative Darby, I've been around here a long time. I don't believe I've ever seen anything that we created that cost money ever shrink. It's going to grow.
Representative Frank said, it's only $500 million. You know, just have this little lollipop, kid. It's just a small bite. It won't hurt you. Take one drag, take one hit.
I think it was Everett Dirksen that said one time, $1 million here and $1 million there. It won't be long till we'll be spending some real money.
These guardrails, Representative Frank said there's guardrails. Have you been around this body for the last 6 sessions that we didn't spend most of our time undoing guardrails that we previously set on bills? That's what we do, is remove guardrails. Once you have a program, they'll never be removed. I mean, they'll be removed and the program will be expanded.
I agree. Once we get them, we got them.
Correct. Thank you for your service, John Rainey.
Thank you.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
The gentleman yield.
Thank you. Mr. Rainey, are you aware that if your amendment goes on to this bill, that the historic funding to public education, including teacher pay raises, will be lost?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you're willing to give up that historic funding?
I have visited with my school districts, and they were so concerned about this, and there are other people in the district too, about this costing so much that they're willing to forego that at this point. And I hope and pray that the governor calls back and separates these issues so we can make sure we give the teachers the pay raise they're due.
Mr. Rainey, do you serve on the Appropriations Committee?
I don't this term. I've served on it 4 times.
Okay. Was Greg Bonin, our Chairman Bonin, the Appropriations Committee chair, was he, I mean, he expressed that we had the money to fund this program. Is that correct?
I don't know. I didn't hear it.
Oh, you didn't ask the Appropriations Chairman?
I was not on Appropriations this session.
Right. Well, he sent a letter out to the body. Do you recall that letter?
No.
Okay. I want to ask you a few questions about choices for parents and teachers and students. And some of these are going to be tough situations. But some of these are things that have happened in my district, in House District 106. If you strip the ESAs out of this bill, is it your opinion that a sexual assault survivor on the campus of a public school, that girl's siblings have to remain in that school and attend that school where the sexual assault happened because the parents don't have a choice to take their child somewhere else? Is that your opinion?
No, it's not my opinion.
So if this amendment goes on, they will not have an education savings account to help that family choose another option. Is that right?
They will not have an educational savings account.
So the state is going to not give them any help to choose another education program after a sexual assault happened on a school campus.
Is the state giving them any money now?
No, sir. We're trying to get these parents to have options to send their kids somewhere else. Let me ask you this.
Let me just say something real quick. There is nothing that worries me anymore than a child being damaged. I bleed for that. But I can tell you that we can't do everything for every person in this state. We have to spend money to do it. And this is where we're limited.
Sir, we're not trying to do everything. We're just giving parents
No,
options
you're
so that they
suggesting
can
one
do
thing at a
something.
time.
Sir, let me ask you this.
Spend more money.
If there is a molestation that happens on a school bus or at a school, and that school doesn't handle that appropriately, and parents are concerned about the administration of that school, but they are locked into that school with home values rising as much as they have and with interest rates at 8%, should those families have to remain at that public school?
That would be the
given
time I would
concerns
go
with the
to the school
administration?
board and raise pure and unmitigated hell. And I think you should do that for your constituents.
So those parents should be locked in and given no other option to choose
I didn't
another
say
school.
that.
Well, your amendment would strip their ability to have the funds to choose a different option.
It wouldn't strip their ability for you to go with them and talk to that school board, would it?
Look, that's not the decision here. The decision here is, can they get an ESA to choose a different option if they don't have the ability or the confidence in the administration? Let me ask you this. If there is a school that allows boys into the girls' restroom or boys into the locker room or the showers, and I don't agree with that policy, should I not be given the opportunity for an education savings account to send my child to a different school? Mr. Rainey, these are real questions that parents deserve to have answers to on this debate. Mr. Rainey, are you going to answer that question?
Just give me a second, will you?
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to answer that question with a statement I've already made. And this is why I oppose ESAs. ESAs don't help my district. They don't help the state. ESAs certainly do not help the 5.4 million public school students. I'm opposed to ESAs, and I will continue to be opposed to ESAs, and that's how I'm going to answer your question.
So if a school district has boys in the girls' locker room, which they can do, and I disagree with that policy, then you're telling me that those parents are locked into that school district.
Members, let's please retain some decorum here in the Texas House. Please remain from outbursts, including the gallery, which I will not hesitate in clearing the gallery if it happens again.
Mr. Rainey, I'll ask you a different question. School safety is obviously very important. We addressed some of that this session. We addressed it earlier today. Districts are given an out if they don't provide armed guards in the schools currently, if they can't afford to, or if they don't have the options to hire police officers. If I'm sending my child to a school that does not have armed guards at that school, should I not be given the ability to choose a different option through an education savings account?
Gentleman's time's expired.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move to have the gentleman's time extended.
Object.
To extend time, it does require unanimous consent. Is there objection? There is objection.
I can.
Any member will speak for or against the amendment. The chair recognizes Mr. Harris in opposition to the amendment
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This amendment to remove the education freedom provisions of HB1 is perhaps the most cynical, disingenuous, and anti-parent amendment ever filed in the Texas House. Colleagues, there may be no greater issue, and I doubt you disagree, that we will deal with as a body than how we educate the next generation of Texans. And I am grateful, to be clear, of the many Texas public schools that are, in fact, serving their students well, like the ones that I proudly send my kids to in Ellis County. But while the system is working well for many Texas students, we owe it to our constituents to face head-on the uncomfortable reality that it is failing far too many. In fact, according to NAEP data, only 24% of Texas 8th graders are proficient in reading. Only 23% are proficient in mathematics. Parental school choice, colleagues, is not just an education or an economic issue, but it is a moral issue, and I would argue it is the civil rights issue of our time. It might surprise some of you to hear what I'm about to say, but Texas does, in fact, already have...
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
This might be a surprising statement, but Texas does already have school choice. It has school choice for the rich. That's right. The rich in Texas have school choice. Poor Texans do not. How can we say with a straight face that we want every child to be educated, but at the same time say to a single mother working multiple jobs, struggling to get by, who wants nothing more than to give her children a quality education, but is trapped in a school where instead of educating her children, they are indoctrinating them? That in order to appease the liberal extremist teacher unions and taxpayer-funded government education monopoly, we will continue denying her education opportunities to take her kids out of those failing schools and into a place where they can receive a quality education and hopes for a brighter future. Ladies and gentlemen, we are better than that. If there is any confusion about what this amendment is, let me end it. This amendment is a slap in the face to the voters who elected us. And the data are clear. Democrats want school choice, independents want school choice, Republicans want school choice. Texans who live in cities want school choice, and rural Texas does too. This amendment says that you do not trust parents to make the best decisions for their children. If you vote for this amendment, you are also robbing teachers of the opportunities for higher salaries that competition would bring to the education marketplace, as it has done in other states. And a yes vote for this amendment is a vote against public schools. That's right. In what other sector of our economy, when excellence is needed, do we sit around and say, hey, let's have a one-size-fits-all government-run monopoly or monopsony? No, we don't do that. Public schools will actually improve with school choice by inserting competition that forces them to prioritize the only thing that matters the most, and that's improving education outcomes for every Texas student. And so, especially to my colleagues as I close, the choice is very simple. Vote yes with the liberal teacher unions who oppose every conservative value your voters hold dear, or side with parents, students, and teachers. This is Texas. We believe in freedom to our core, and the next generation is on the line. It is past time for education freedom in the great state of Texas. I strongly oppose this amendment and hope you'll join me.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Yeah, question from Representative Harrison.
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Representative, I'm so glad you mentioned those teacher unions. Let's discuss that. Can you talk to me about what they called parents? Is there anything? What do the teacher unions like Randy Weingarten think?
It's well known. It's unfortunate. It's embarrassing. It's disgusting that the teacher unions in this country were, in fact, behind a coordinated effort at the highest levels of our government to have the White House weaponize the FBI against parents who had done nothing more than have the audacity to show up and speak out against what was happening at school board meetings.
I feel like we're striking a chord here, Mr. Harrison. It's getting really, really loud over my right ear.
Hard to hear you,
some people are upset about the primary funders of their campaigns and why they're here against it. So let's talk about funding. The American Federation for Teachers, 99.97% of total contributions goes to which party?
That goes to the Democrat Party, Representative.
Thank you, sir. Members, when you vote for this amendment, I need you to know who you were aligning with. You will be aligning with the American Federation for Teachers, those who call parents what, Mr. Harrison?
They call them criminals
domestic
terrorists.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Schottsline, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some
The
questions?
gentleman yield for questions.
The gentleman will yield.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Harrison, I'd say you're right on the target right now with your comments.
Is it true?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Is it true that 58% of Texas voters, both R's, D's, and independents, support a school choice program in the state of Texas?
Poll after poll after poll make it unambiguously clear that an overwhelming majority of Texas, and especially Texas parents, want the chance to take their unique, beautiful, and individual child and put them in the education setting that is best for that child. Absolutely.
And is it true that 77% of Republican voters have said they support a school choice program in the state of Texas to give education freedom to their children?
It's true, and in fact, when this was put on the Republican primary ballot 2 years ago, 87% of Republican primary voters across the state supported this. And in fact, in the 10 most rural counties, when that was put on the ballot, not one of the 10 most rural counties in Texas supported school choice by less than 80%.
Representative Harrison, do you find it ironic that the discussion that was at this back mic was based upon fiscal conservatism when, in fact, we will only be funding ESAs for less than 1% of Texas students?
Yeah, well, when I said this was the most anti-parent and anti-student amendment, I believe that, but I also believe this. This might be the least fiscally conservative amendment ever postured, ever put on the floor of the Texas House, and I'll tell you why. Think about this. We are spending, as a state of Texas, I wish I had that big education coach here with me. We're spending almost $17,000 per kid in the state of Texas to get results, and this is shocking and horrifying, to where not even 1 out of every 4 Texas students are proficient in math and reading. What we're offering is just a fraction of that to parents. $10,000 to say, hey, send this to the school of my choosing, best for my kid. This is fiscally conservative.
So is it safe to say that everyone in this room who votes against or votes for this amendment is essentially saying they're okay with public school increase in funding and teacher salary increases going to the toilet because this will not take place or be signed by the governor?
I'm glad you asked that because there's so much misinformation about what this is trying to do. Let me be very clear and tell the truth about this. The opponents of school choice in Texas are willing to hold hostage parents. They are willing to hold hostage teacher pay increases. They are willing to hold hostage increases in the basic allotment that you all say you want. And for what? To deprive parents from being in control of their kids' education.
Well, that's great. I believe this amendment is anti-freedom, anti-parental empowerment, and anti-Texas. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And I'm done.
Ms. Leah Wilson, for what purpose?
I'd like to ask some questions of the speaker.
With the speaker or the gentleman?
Mr. Harrison.
Mr. Harrison.
The gentleman.
Will you yield for questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'm happy to yield the mic.
You have the mic.
I yield the mic to Representative Troxler.
Ms. Leah Wilson, the gentleman yields for questions.
I yield.
Mr. Harrison, in the Texas Constitution, it talks about a system of public free schools. Would it be of your opinion that an educational savings account would truly make a system of public free schools?
Yeah, and there's certainly a lot of misinformation about this as well. This question has been litigated time and time again in the courts. Just as that has been the case in over 30 states across the country, is completely consistent for a public system to have private sector ESA accounts.
Is that system ever defined in the Texas Constitution as meaning ISDs only?
Absolutely not.
Is it in your belief that parents should best decide what system of public free schools their children should attend? Are they the best decision makers?
I think nobody knows the unique and individual needs of their child better than the parents, and I want to put the parents in charge.
Those unique needs, wouldn't you say, require different systems of public free schools?
Yeah, absolutely. For a lot of Texas parents, the ISD will remain the best choice for their kids. But for the parents whose it's not, we need to give them a choice. Yep.
And are you aware that 29 states that have already passed this, primarily that system of public free schools has benefited low-income families and students with special needs? Those are the primary recipients in 29 states. Are you aware of that?
They're the primary recipients, and they're also the sub-demographic that has benefited the most from competition in education.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have to know that I come from a family of educators in the public school system. My mom taught school for 38 years in the public education system, all in first grade, all in Whitesboro, Texas, in Grayson County. My wife was a teacher, her two sisters were teachers, their husbands were teachers, all in the public education system. I support this bill without this amendment because of the historic funding levels for our public schools. Our public schools, which my 3 kids attend in Frisco Independent School District in Denton County. But what the ESAs bring to this bill is a level of competition and a level of respect for parents that is sorely missing in our public education system by school administrators, not teachers. Our teachers are doing the Lord's work. Talk to them every week. It's a blessing to have them in our children's lives to help mold our children. But I've got to tell you, if you didn't support the Reader Act and you supported the Crown Act, then every time I say Reader Act, think Crown Act with what I'm about to say. I spent a year and a half fighting my school district, trying to remove sexually explicit materials from the public school library. I was told it was one dusty book on the back shelf of the library. I was told that it wasn't an issue. I was told that parents were expected to know every single book in the school library and bring forward the concerns that they had. If we had competition in that system, our parents would have been taken more seriously than that. It took me less time to pass a bill through both bodies of this building and signed by the governor than to get the policies changed in my local school district. And again, if you didn't support the Reader Act and you support the Crown Act, I'm with you. I voted for it. And if they're disrespecting you in that way, then I'm with you there. Choices and competition make everyone stronger. And what the ESAs bring to this bill is a level of accountability and a level of competition that is best for parents, it's best for students, and it provides more options for our public school teachers to be able to teach in a different environment. I didn't prepare a big speech here, and I didn't plan on speaking against this amendment in this capacity. But the misnomers about this and what it means and the fake news that I've seen all over social media about what this is and what it isn't drives me insane. We're smart people in this room. We can read the words on the paper. We know what they mean, and we should vote down this amendment that limits parents' choice, that limits students' opportunities, and limits opportunities for professional advancement to our great public school teachers.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rogers in favor of the amendment.
Across my district, which is both rural and suburban elements, we've heard the same message from constituents over and over again. Overwhelmingly, my constituents do not stand for the ESA proposal we debate here today. One of my constituents said we need to enhance our public schools, not divert their funds. We need to defend private schools' ability to self-regulate, not burden them with government restrictions, which
Mr.
ultimately
Speaker,
follow any
Mr. Toth,
state
for what
funding.
purpose?
Not at this time.
For questions.
Not at this time, Mr. Toth.
A private school mom in my district explained how her and her husband worked hard to put their children into private school, wanting their children to have biblical curriculum while avoiding state standardized testing. She worries that ESAs are the foot in the door for the government to begin restricting private schools. the Texas legislature has a constitutional obligation to maintain the public school system. Private schools and homeschools in Texas have done well without our governmental intervention for generations. Why are we even thinking about implementing rules and regulations into the private sector? There must be a reason. Such a proposal has failed to reach this floor throughout history. Maybe it's because members of this body know their Texas Constitution. Perhaps it is because representatives have a good understanding of economics. There are those who say ESAs will create competition and therefore all schools will improve. Well, look at what happened to college tuition when the federal government started handing out money. Tuition skyrocketed. And did higher education in this country improve? I think there's a lot more jobless college students with gender studies degrees out in the world than there used to be. It would be naive to believe that ESAs would help underserved communities or low-income families or children with disabilities. Many private schools are already full. There is no more room to admit additional students in those schools. And as we know, and as the bill acknowledges, private schools can refuse to accept students for any reason, including for disabilities, both physical or intellectual. These ESAs will largely benefit those already in the private school system, families who could already afford the tuition. But private schools can raise their tuition, and then families will end up owing basically what they paid before. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in favor of this amendment today, and I urge everyone to think of the real-world implications and consequences if voucher entitlement bill were to pass the House.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I yield.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Rogers, you're in a predominantly more rural district. Would that be the case?
It's actually, my district is split between rural and suburban. We're in a very fast growth area, particularly in eastern Parker County.
Very good. But for the most part, you've got really good schools in your district, don't you?
We have outstanding schools.
I'm Mr. Dutton stands behind you, and I remember my freshman year, I think it was, sorry about that. I remember my freshman year, him saying that upwards of 80% of the kids had dropped out of one of his high schools by their sophomore year. What do we do for those kids that are in failed schools?
Obviously, we need to help improve our public schools, not defund our public schools.
What do we do for kids that are in those failed schools right now, today?
Yeah, our public schools, our children have a number of options. There's charter schools, there's different public schools, there's private schools, there's home
but
schools.
But as you said, most of those schools are, I think you earlier said that most of those schools are all filled up. What do we do for these?
No, I said some of those schools are filled up. That's right, they are. Yeah.
During the 84th session, this body voted to give the TEA more authority at moving in and taking over failed schools. In the 86th session, you were here for the 86th session, weren't you?
No, I was here the 87th session.
Okay,
not 86.
In the 86th session, we voted to take over HISD, or I should say allow the TEA to take over HISD because it was failed. Would you have supported that legislation? In other words, when a school district has failed, would you support for the TEA to go in there and try and right the ship?
Obviously, in the HISD, there was major problems that had to be dealt with a more severe approach than would apply to almost any other school district in Texas.
What do we do with these kids right here and right now, Mr. Rogers, that are in failed schools? Do they not matter? Do they not matter to this body?
Oh, certainly they matter. They matter. That's why we need to make sure our public schools are adequately funded, make sure our public schools have the resources they need to handle these situations. They don't need to be defunded. They need to be improved.
We're looking at spending record amounts of money.
We
This bill
continue to
spends record
improve our
amounts of
public
money.
school systems with accountability, just like Representative Patterson just talked about with his Reader Act. That was an answer to a problem that was identified in our public schools, and we dealt with that because there's accountability in the public school system.
Mr. Rogers, how many ISDs do you have in your district?
I have 16.
16?
Yes.
So you have 16 superintendents. I'd remind you that you have nearly 190,000 constituents. 80+% of them want this bill and don't want this amendment. Thank you.
I could address that, or answer that question. Did you say 80 plus?
Yeah. He stepped away, but question for the author.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Question for the author.
The gentleman yield for questions.
Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, go ahead and answer the question the way you were wanting to. You had something you wanted to talk about.
Oh, yeah. Well, so where does the 80% figure come from? If it comes from the bias,
Let's
primary
yes.
proposition that where you have a two-sided question, you have questions that are just totally biased. You're going to get the answer that you want to get. That is not data.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Rogers, let's
marketing.
discuss that proposition, though. That's from the March 2022 Texas Republican primary propositions. I believe it was Proposition 9. Let's read it real quick. Texas parents and guardians should have the right
if you look
to select
back at
schools,
party
whether public or
propositions
private,
since the early
for their children, and the
1990s,
funding should follow
every
the
one
student.
of them is passed with over a two-thirds vote.
So you don't care what the primary voters think,
That
sir,
is not
88%.
valid data.
That's fine.
Okay?
Let's discuss the
That's
Texas
biased.
Constitution. Mr. Rogers, you said
Gentlemen,
you
let's
believe
not
this is
speak over
unconstitutional.
one another, please.
Mr. Rogers, you mentioned that you have constitutional issues with this bill, or with Article 6 of this bill. Can you explain those to me, sir? How does this violate the Constitution? Specifically, Article 7, Section 1.
Specifically, Article 7, Section 1 of the Texas Constitution, which requires us to maintain a system of free public schools, free, efficient public schools.
That's correct. And where does it prohibit any other form of public education?
I don't see that it does.
In fact, it requires an efficient system.
Education.
The reason it requires an efficient system was to get away from that system of 1869 Constitution under Reconstruction, which was considered an elaborate, luxurious system. Now, as a business owner, when I've got competition, it makes me get efficient. Wouldn't you say? It makes you maybe lower your prices, compete, make a better product because it creates an efficiency in the system due to competition. I would say this does exactly what the Texas Constitution requires, which is an efficient system of public education. Wouldn't you agree?
Not necessarily.
Moreover, though, many of the states that do have school choice have similar language. Let's take Ohio, for example. It says an efficient system of common schools. They've got school choice. You think that was illegal? How about Florida? Florida requires a thorough and efficient system of free schools. That's West Virginia, Kentucky. They all have that language. Do you think their school choice programs are unconstitutional?
I don't know that they're unconstitutional. I'm not an attorney.
Okay. Thank you.
But I do think that it definitely says in our Texas Constitution that we need to support our public schools, and I don't see how defunding our public schools with a voucher entitlement program is
Where
doing
does
that.
the money for the ESA come from again? Does it come from the foundation school program?
No, it doesn't. But let me tell you something about that. So we have a $32 billion surplus, okay? I'm in the ranching business, and I manage my cattle based on drought, not on rainfall. So you know what happened in 2011? We had to take $5 billion out of our public school system. There's nothing to say that we won't have to do that later. Just because we have a $32 billion surplus and we think we can fund all this now, that doesn't mean we'll be able to do that 2, 4, 6, 8 years from now. That's what my concern is we're taking advantage of this surplus to make it look like we can pay for both an efficient public school system and a voucher system at the same time, and I don't believe that's true.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Schaefer, for what purpose?
Will you move to extend the time, please?
The gentleman moves to extend time. His objection. Chair is done. Gentleman's time is extended. Mr. Schaefer, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Rogers, are you opposed to using Texas tax dollars to go to a private school?
Yes.
Do you realize that many people in your district take Texas tax dollars and go to private schools with those dollars today? Are you aware of that?
You'll have to explain where you're coming from with that.
Are you not aware of the tuition equalization grant program that we have been funding for a very long time in Texas?
Yes, I'm familiar with the PEG grant program. Is that what you're talking about? The
So
PEG?
you made the statement that you're opposed to Texas tax dollars going to private schools, and yet every session in our budget, we give Texas tax dollars for students to go to the private college of their choice with that money that is Texas tax dollars. Are you not aware of that?
Oh, yes, I'm aware of that. So you're talking about colleges, not high school, right?
Are you not, do you not realize that
that's not apples and apples. That's apples and oranges between what happens with the Pell Grant program and what happens in vouchers to
We're talking
high
about
schools.
Texas dollars. I'm not talking about federal dollars. Are you aware that we do the same thing with pre-K programs?
With pre-K programs, yes.
So it's okay to use Texas tax dollars for pre-K programs, and it's okay to use Texas tax dollars to be a freshman in college at private schools, at private out there, but you don't want anybody in between. Is that your statement?
There needs to be accountability when tax dollars are used for anything. And so where is the accountability if they go to a private school and there's no
you're saying there's no
testing requirement that's similar to
Representative,
public schools?
But we're already doing it. We have, without debate, by the way, I've been here 6 terms. Not once has any member of this body gotten up and argued against taking money away from the pre-K programs or the college programs. So wouldn't you say that the accountability and the faith that our taxpayers have in those programs is pretty good?
Maybe so.
Okay, so we have good faith in the programs that allow private schools to take Texas tax dollars at the pre-K level and at the college level, and we don't have any problems with that. But if we're going to do that with our students who are in between kindergarten and 12th grade, you don't want to do that.
It doesn't have anything to do with the stage, whether it's kindergarten or whatever. I'm concerned about tax dollars going into the private sector without accountability.
But you're not really concerned about that because you did not bring an amendment on the budget to strip those funds. In fact, you've never even filed a bill to stop all these tax dollars from going to the private schools. That's already happening. You're not concerned about those, are you?
I've never filed such a bill, if that's your question. Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know.
So it seems, don't you think it's inconsistent to stand up there and oppose tax dollars being utilized by families in 6th grade and 7th grade and 8th grade, but it's just fine if they're in 13th grade or they're in pre-K? Do you not see the inconsistency?
No, I really don't.
Thank you.
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Rogers. I'm sure you agree there are a lot of great public schools in Texas, correct?
There are some outstanding public schools in Texas, definitely.
Absolutely true.
Almost all of them are outstanding.
So I have to, okay, thank you for the answer. Why did you say almost all instead of all?
Well, because obviously, just like we have some bad cops, we have some bad teachers. You look at any profession, and it's not perfect. We're human. But we have accountability systems to take care of that.
So since you just acknowledged that there are some public schools in Texas that are not great, and by that I would obviously assume you mean that they are not serving the educational needs of every student. Is that correct?
That'd be correct.
Okay. What is the solution for the parents of those students that you just acknowledged out of your own mouth are not being educated in the schools that they are currently zoned to?
There is a PEG grant that's available. It's been available since 1995 where students can transfer to other schools. They file a grant, and very few students have used that because transportation is the problem. That's not covered.
And also because a lot of public schools reject the transfer request. Is that not correct?
Well, some do. Yes, that's correct.
So what about the parent who has a child in a failing school district that wants to transfer, has applied to transfer, and the public school has denied that transfer? What would you say to that
What
parent?
about the child that wants to go to private school and they won't accept that child in the private school?
Why would that parent be talking to a private school in the first place?
Because if they're looking for an alternative.
Why would they be doing that?
Because, I mean, I have one child that's been to private school for 2 years. She's been to public school. We homeschooled her 1 year when she was in gymnastics. I have nothing against private schools or home schools. I just have a problem with taking taxpayer dollars and sending it to private schools with no accountability. And basically, there's only two ways you can have a voucher system ultimately. You either defund public schools or you raise taxes. And ultimately, that's the only way you can fund a
real quick question.
a voucher entitlement program.
Except that forgive me for doubting the sincerity, not to be rude, of that position, because as Representative Schaefer just pointed out, for many, many years, you have not objected to private or public dollars being used for that exact purpose.
I haven't been in this body
Texas,
many, many years. I'm in my second term.
Well, me too.
I've just been here. I'm in your
real quick,
class.
Representative, one thing you said a second ago when you were asked for a solution, you said we need to fully fund public education. Representative, I sat on the Public Education Committee all session. How much money would it take to, quote, publicly fully fund public education in the state of Texas?
How much per student?
How much total? Or per student? I would take either.
I don't have an exact answer to that.
So we don't know? You don't know? Because you said that's your solution, is to fully fund public education. And I heard that all session. How much money is enough?
No, and that's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that. I know that we can't just continue to pour money in without also increasing efficiency and increasing the respect that we need to give teachers.
Let's assume you knew the answer to your own question, which is how much does it take to fund public education. If you knew that answer, let's say it was an increase in the basic allotment, let's just make it up $700. Let's say it's $1,000. And you said at that amount, that would fully fund public education. So by every standard, public education was fully funded. At that point, would you be willing to let parents have an education savings account and be in control of their kids' education?
If our schools are fully funded, and I'm not, when we determine exactly what that means, then I think we could certainly look at it. But we're not there yet.
But
so
you can't say yes even to that. Even if they were fully funded by your definition, you would still oppose school choice. Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Question for Mr. Rogers.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Mr. Rogers,
yes, I yield.
I'd like to talk about, we're discussing these unaccountable private schools. Can you tell me a little more about that? Mr. Rogers, what do you do for a living?
Excuse me?
What do you do for a living?
I'm a veterinarian and a rancher.
Okay. And what holds you accountable at the veterinary clinic or the ranch for the buyers and people? What makes you accountable to them, your customers? Are your customers your accountability?
Yeah, we're accountable when we answer when we're called and we provide a good service, and
you're accountable to the customers.
We care for the animals that we take care of.
Who are the customers of the public school system? Who are those customers, sir?
Oh, our children are the
children.
customers.
Who are the
There's no
customers in the private school?
Children.
The children. If the private school doesn't do a good job, what happens to that private school, Mr. Rogers?
What happens to that
if the
private
school makes all the parents mad and no one applies there anymore, what happens to that private school?
Yeah, obviously they're going to have a hard time making a living as a
would that private
entity if they're not taking care of the students.
So the private school would close. What happens to the public school when it's not meeting those accountability standards? It's failing tests over and over again. What happens to that public school?
I'm sorry, would you repeat the
question? What happens to the public school though when it's the poor testing, despite increased spending, by the way? What happens at that public school when it fails, when it fails to meet reading standards? What happens to that school?
Well, there's a lot of things that can happen.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you, sir. I believe they do not close. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair in opposition to the amendment.
Do we agree in here that public education is a priority? Do we agree that student outcomes are a priority? Do we agree that every child matters? Yes, every child. And yet, We have spent, less than 2 hours talking about one of the critical pieces of one of the biggest pieces of education legislation that we have seen in many years. And so there was a lot of discussion in the chamber last week about, shutting down debate and how many amendments were too many amendments and is 18 hours enough? And yet, it has been, as was pointed out earlier, almost impossible to have a real conversation about what we are doing right for Texas children and where we can improve. We have a responsibility as lawmakers, not just to some kids, but to every child. And yet, 70% of fourth graders in the state of Texas cannot read on grade level. I am a product of public schools. I am a supporter of public schools. I have amazing public schools in my district. I have amazing superintendents in my district. I have amazing teachers in my district, amazing school board members. I have school board members in great districts who say, we are not afraid of the competition. We know that we are doing a good job, but we know that we cannot serve every single child and give them the tools and the resources that they might need, whether that's a disabled student, whether that's a low-income student, whether that's a student with learning disabilities. We cannot keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. It's been 20 years since there has been a debate, a conversation on the House floor about whether or not we should diversify our education system to make sure that no one is falling through the cracks, to make sure that we are meeting the needs of every child. And in that time, we've seen 31 other states adopt some sort of school choice program. We have the data. We don't have to rely on what might happen or fear. We have the data to prove. What do we want to be? What do we want to be? Do we want Texas to be #1 in education? Is there anybody in this chamber who does not want our state to deliver the very best education to every child? And yet, do you know the state that is #1 in education? It's Florida. And they've had comprehensive school choice programs for 20 years now. And it's been so successful in bringing kids who need it the most out of poverty, of improving outcomes for all children, of reducing drug convictions, of making sure that they are serving the needs of every child no matter what. And they are #1 in public education. And it is vastly supported by that state at a margin of 2-1. A state that has historically been a swing state has parents in that state saying, this works. We see the results. We see the service. We see that we are getting a return on our investment in our public education dollars. I'm a mom of 3 kids. I'm a taxpayer. I want to send my kids to my local public school. It's the fabric of our community. It's the fabric of so many of our communities. But I know that if I have a disabled student, I know if I have a student that has been bullied, I know if my child has been sexually assaulted, I know if something horrific has happened to them at that school, that a parent deserves options to keep their kids safe. And I know I talked about Florida being #1 in education. You know what state is dead last in literacy and first in dropouts? With declining test scores and a rising exodus from public schools. We've heard, we don't want to destroy our public schools. You know the state that has a rising exodus where kids are fleeing the public schools? California. And that state has no parental choice programs. We are not reinventing the wheel. So many times in Texas, we say, we want to be a leader. We want to do what's right. We want to be responsible with taxpayer dollars. And yet we are putting our heads in the sand and creating divisiveness. What we're talking about with the school choice piece of the bill is less than 1%. We are talking about funding that is less than 1% of total education funding. Less than 1%. Yes, we need to make sure that our schools are fully funded. I'm going to support a teacher pay raise. I think our teachers deserve even more. And I know that competition will ensure that all boats rise, that all students are not failed. And I have a responsibility not just to the students in my house, not just my neighbors, not just my district, but to it is not good enough for us to stand up here and say, well, I have good schools in my district. The rest of it is your problem. It's not good enough. And all we want to do is have a real conversation about it. Have you talked to the parents whose lives have been changed by school choice programs? Have you talked to the students who have been pulled out of the cycle of poverty because they had access to a better education? Have you talked to kids who are stuck in failing schools because of the zip code that they live in and they cannot afford a private school? As has been said before, rich parents, rich kids, they already have school choice. They can go wherever they want. But this bill does right by our low-income students. It prioritizes disabled students. It prioritizes low-income students. And it makes sure that those who are the least likely to be fully served by our existing system have a way out. What do you want for those kids? Do you want to say, well, I had a lot of political pressure and so-and-so gave money to my campaign or whatever? Or do you want to look those kids in the face and say, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that you have the same opportunity that other students in this state have, that you have the opportunity to succeed, that you do not have to be stuck in a cycle of poverty because you can't read by the time you're in 4th grade? What are we going to do different? Thank you.
Ms. Harrison, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Would the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
She does yield.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for your passion and for just bringing us back to the point of the issue. The point of this issue and this debate is about kids. And everyone in this room wants this debate to be about the best thing for our kids. And I just want to kind of take us back to more of a 10,000-foot view. Are you aware that the data and research from the 31 other states who have implemented school choice shows that school choice programs lead to less crime, better education for all, whether you're in a private or a public school situation? It leads to higher teacher pay. It leads to fewer children and future families living in poverty. It gives taxpayers savings. And overall, it brings those states greater economic success. Are you aware of the data and the research that shows all of that?
I am, and I want to add that studies have shown that exposure to a school choice program in 8th or 9th grade predicts lower rates of conviction for criminal activity and lower rates of paternity suits by ages 25 to 28. Specifically, exposure to these programs are associated with a reduction of around 53% in drug convictions, 86% in property damage convictions, and 38% in paternity suits. Education is key.
Absolutely.
Education is key, right? And if you can't read by the 4th grade, you can pretty much know you're setting yourself on a path that's going to be very hard to succeed.
Absolutely, and just coming down to putting more of a fine point on this, we've talked about the overall benefits to a state, to the 31 states that have already passed this, but I want to bring it back down to the kids who need it the most.
Yep.
And let's just focus and fix the pictures and the stories of those kids in our minds for a second. Do you believe that low-income parents whose child is bullied or sexually assaulted at school, that they deserve a better choice instead of their child being trapped just because of their zip code?
Can you repeat that question? There was a lot of information in there.
The gentlelady's time's expired.
Extension?
Can you make a motion to extend?
I make a motion to extend the gentlelady's time.
There's a motion to extend the gentlelady's time. Members, this is the first extension. We can vote on this, or we can allow the lady to extend her time. Is there a record vote to allow the lady to extend her time? The question occurs on the extension of time. Is a record vote. The clerk will vote. Ms. Tinderholt voting aye. Ms. Harrison voting aye. Mr. Schofield voting aye. Ms. Trotskler voting aye. Mr. Dutton voting aye. Dr. Buckley voting aye. Ms. Weiner voting nay. Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 78 ayes and 61 nays, the motion to extend is granted. Ms. Harrison, for what purpose?
To ask the gentlelady some questions.
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, of course.
She yields for questions.
I just want to continue our discussion here on the kids that this would impact the most. And the stories that we've heard, Representative Patterson told us about some of his constituents, some of those situations that you and I know where a child has been sexually assaulted in a school and they've tried to cover it up, and those parents were not able to take their child out of that situation and put them in a better one. And so my question is, are you aware that this amendment that we're debating would keep children of low-income families who are bullied and sexually assaulted trapped in that environment simply because of their zip code?
Yes, it would. Yes, it would. There's a situation going on in one of my school districts that I represent right now. A high school student has a severe peanut allergy, and two of his teammates on the football team asked him one day, "Hey, how serious is your peanut allergy? Could it kill you? Could it kill you if you had peanuts on your cleats or in your uniform?" And he said, "Yes, it would." And the next day he showed up and had peanut products all over his locker, all over his uniform. And the mom, this made Yahoo News just this morning, the mom spoke at the school board meeting recently because the kids who attempted to murder her child are not receiving disciplinary action other than suspension from one football game. So if I'm a mom of a student and I sent them to school and their teammates tried to kill that student, knowingly putting peanuts in a severely allergic locker, I mean, that child has been forced to go back to school with those same people every single day. What option does that mother have? We don't have another public high school in close distance. We don't have another opportunity for him. So you're telling that mom that she has no recourse to keep her child safe. It's not right.
Absolutely. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
The chair, I'm sorry, Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request all discussions on this bill from beginning to end be reduced to writing, placed in the journal.
Members heard the motion of objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton in favor of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just wanted to clear up several things. One is that we keep hearing that this is about school choice. There's a difference between school choice and school access. The choice is already there. Whether you can access it or not is a different story. And so I don't think we need to belabor the point, but I do want you to understand that this is not about having students make a choice, or parents make a choice, or families make a choice. This is about whether those families have access. Now, some of the things you heard about benefits of private schools, they're the same benefits you get from a functioning public school. They're no different. Now, if vouchers or ESAs was such a great idea, ask yourself, why couldn't they stand by themselves? Why did they have to be attached? Why did I have to be attached to a provision that helps teachers and helps schools? That doesn't make any sense to me. Lastly, let me say this to you, members. Since 1948, the Gilmer-Aiken Act started the whole march toward trying to perfect Texas public education and improve Texas public schools. That started in 1948. We have had all kinds of a series of changes that have been made to public education by this body. And what we're admitting today, we're trying to decide that children ought to have access to private schools, is that we either lack the brain power or the willpower to fix public schools. And all we need to do is fix public schools. Yes, I agree that public schools have difficulties, have problems. I don't think that's untrue about private schools either. I don't know how much you all know about private schools, but as a lawyer, I've had to represent sometimes things that occur over in private schools. And so I just want to say to you members, every one of us campaign on the idea that we're going to come in here and fix public schools. And I don't think fixing public schools necessarily means giving parents access to private schools.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Question for Representative Dutton.
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield for questions,
Gentleman
Mr.
yields
Speaker.
for questions.
Gladly.
I know you well. You're father of 5 boys, just like me. And we've heard a few times now, though, that parental involvement is the #1 most important thing in the outcome of a child's education. You agree, right? Parental involvement's key?
Right.
How does whatever version of you say of fixing public schools get parents more involved? $10,000 more in the daily allotment, does that get parents involved?
Let me answer it this way. I remember when I worked at Conoco, I was at a high enough level that I could go to my son's school, who was in the 5th grade at the time. And I went one Friday, and I bought pizza for the class. The little kid who sat next to my son, his father worked at Conoco too. His father worked, though, in the mailroom. And so when I got back, I went to the guy who was the head of our mailroom, and I said, can he come next time I go to the school? And he told me no, that he couldn't go.
Yeah.
Now,
So
I could go. So
how
what
do
I
we
did
increase parental involvement?
Well, I came to this legislature, and I tried to get a bill passed that said what we were going to do is we would give a parent 1 hour a school year to go to that child's school and participate, and it failed.
Here's what I know. What I know is when in other states, we look at programs like in D.C., when they're given that option, it's the first time they've ever talked to that teacher. It's the first time they've ever stepped foot in that classroom. In fact, we hear testimonies where they call private schools and say, what are you going to do for my child? Right now, the lack of competition, I've never heard of any public school parent calling the school going, why should I choose you? Why? Because they're zoned to it. They're trapped in the zoning.
Right.
So how do we improve parental involvement other than giving them 1 hour with
Well, I think we can do it a number of ways, and I don't want to tie up all the time here. And I understand your question, and I feel for you, because it is difficult. One of the things that we know is that charter schools have become successful because rather than waiting for parents to come to them, they have gone to the parents. And so one of the things we can do to improve that is make sure that all of our schools have parental involvement in the activities at that school and the learning of that child. There are too many parents who at the beginning of the school year, they spend more time with the sales clerk at the mall than they do with their teacher.
Yeah, that's what we mean, though. So when they're shopping, when they have a choice, they get involved. So let's let them shop for the children's education.
Well, I think this, and I just agree that we are smart enough to fix the ills of public education. I don't think this is a time for us if I thought this group couldn't do it, I would suggest in a heartbeat that what we ought to do is forget all of us talking about public schools and give all our kids the option to go to private school, because we can't do it. But I don't believe that. I believe that this body is smart enough and has the willpower to make sure that we can ensure that every child who shows up at the front door of a school, we get to unlock the genius in that child. And I believe we can do that, Representative Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Dutton. I think we both agree that our goal is to unlock the genius in every child, to give them that opportunity to shine brightly. I just respectfully disagree with it, but thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you. And I just agree, like I said, that if vouchers was such a great idea, and the people who developed it thought it was a great idea, and all deference to my chairman, Dr. Buckley, but I know this comes from somewhere else. And the place where it comes from is people who don't think that you all are smart enough to fix public education. And I disagree with that. And so I just say, look, let's just vote for this motion because it makes sense. Let's let vouchers stand on their own or fail on their own.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer in opposition to the amendment.
If I've heard it once, I've heard it 1,000 times from the opponents of school choice. We cannot allow taxpayer public dollars to go to private institutions. We cannot allow our tax dollars to go to private schools. Next year, the GI Bill will be 80 years old. We have decades of experience in this country, in this state, of taking our tax dollars and giving them as a voucher to students to go wherever they want to go, to the school of their choice. We've been doing it with our budget, with Texas dollars through the Tuition Equalization Grant Program that allows college students to go to private schools. You know the schools that benefit greatly from that? The historically black colleges and universities, like the one in my district. When it comes time to make sure that we have funding in the Tuition Equalization Grant Program, they want to make sure it's there because those students come and they use that money. When we have pre-K students here in the state, they're not even in kindergarten yet, and the program at the local school is not adequate for them, we give them tax dollars to go out into the community and get what they need. So if you want to have an honest debate about school choice, stop lying to people about whether or not we can use tax dollars for private education. We've been doing it for decades in this country because it's the right thing to do and it works. I know a little boy in my community. He's adopted, and he lives with parents who are older. They are in their 70s and 80s. And he's in middle school. And they don't have the energy to do some of the things that he needs. He's the only child in the house. And every day he comes home, he's not happy. He doesn't fit in his public school. He feels like he's bullied, and he's miserable. Just up the road is a private school. When Governor Abbott came and visited, and that private school is begging us to pass something that would allow that little boy, and the funding in this bill would hit the mark for him. It would hit the mark, and those elderly parents of that adopted child would have an option to get his eyes to light up, to not see him mope around the house, to give him an opportunity to go to a different environment. But we're taking that option away. We're taking that option away. So for that reason, and many more, I oppose this amendment.
Mr. Lambert, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Representative Schaefer, just wanted to clarify, because you brought up the issue of tuition equalization grants, correct? And
That's
you
correct.
mentioned the fact that those grants have been issued to students and parents over the last 50 years, basically. I think they began in the early 70s, correct?
You've outlined the history there.
Well, just want to make sure you understood why those grants were issued, because the reason those grants were issued to parents in the early 70s was because we did not have enough classroom space or facilities or infrastructure in our public universities to house and to accommodate all the students who wanted to attend colleges and universities. And so the tuition equalization grant was issued back then in order to accommodate.
Well,
it would have cost those.
Let me read to you from the website right now what it says. This is available to eligible students with financial need who are enrolled at a private, nonprofit Texas college or university and are required to pay more tuition than they would pay to attend a public institution. So regardless of what the history is, the program is being run and funded today for the simple reason of taking students who have financial need and would be paying more at a private school than they would at a public school, and they need the money, they need the help, and we help them. We help them go to the school of their choice.
Did you know that the reason that the grants were issued back in the early 70s was because it was going to cost the state of Texas almost $12,000 per student to bring them to a public university, so a $3,000 tuition equalization grant was a much better cost factor for the state of Texas at that time.
Are you opposed to them now?
Yeah, it was an economic decision.
Why are you
correct?
opposed to them now?
Was it an economic decision by the state?
Well, I think it is a decision that you voted in favor of today. Here's what I know is that we're doing it
Do you know how much money is spent on the Texas equalization grant?
It's an economic decision for those students today.
Do you know how much money is spent in the tuition equalization grant each year in the budget?
Well, I know that the students
It's a little less than $100 million, Representative Schaefer.
Well,
and this program would be $500 million, correct?
I think that the principle remains. I would ask you, are you opposed to using tax dollars to go to private school?
I'm just asking you, do you realize that the decision made in the 70s was a cost decision based on the state of Texas because it would cost 3 or 4 times as much money to put a student in a public university than it would a private college?
That's a nice bit of information, but it's totally irrelevant to what we're talking about today.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose? The chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson in opposition to the amendment.
As a member of this House, I have to do 2 things. I have to follow the Texas Constitution, and I have to vote my district. And that is why I am opposed to this amendment. We are directed by the Texas Constitution to create a system of public free schools, not a system of ISDs, not even a system of free public schools, but a system of public free schools. I contend that education savings accounts are the vehicle in which we can fulfill our constitutional duty to Texas and to the state and to the people. We must fulfill that. A system that includes students in all zip codes. I am a retired public school teacher. I spent my entire career in public schools. The majority of that time was spent in the housing projects or low-income schools. The majority or all of it was spent with special needs students. When we look at the unique needs of many students in a system of public free schools, we create it to meet unique needs. We must let parents decide what is best for those students. In my district, in Galveston ISD, we have Upward Hope Academy. We graduated 22 students last year that were dropouts or suspended from our public ISD. Our ISD recognized that they did not meet the needs of those students and even paid for a small portion of their tuition to go to Upward Hope. These are kids who were headed towards incarceration. And last year at graduation, a beautiful moment happened when 3 years prior, a student had been suspended from school was not going back. The mom brought him in and said, I had him when I was a teenager. I dropped out of school. I didn't get my GED. I didn't graduate. I don't want that same life for my son. And that school said, would you like to come too? And mom and son graduated together last year. That school nearly closed their doors last year. Those are kids that are below the poverty line that would not have a chance to graduate if it were not for Upward Hope. Thank God those parents came. But they are facing very tragic circumstances with lack of funding. They are taking kids that nobody else wanted. We have to do both.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we've been here before, and as predicted in the layout, there's a lot of passions on both sides of this issue. There's a couple things that I just want to make sure that the membership understands before you vote on this amendment. First of all, I was hoping when I heard that Rainey had an amendment to strike an enacting clause, I was hoping it was Jimbo's contract, but not this. But in all seriousness, the layout included the words that this is not an either-or proposition. That House Bill 1 funds our public schools to the tune of $7.5 billion this biennium, an additional $36 billion by 2028. I don't know if that's fully funding public schools, but that's a whole lot better off than where we are now. But quite frankly, as you know, if you support this amendment, it goes from not being an either-or, and it becomes a none-of-it bill. There's no ESAs. And the reality is, the school finance piece will not be law. So if we can defeat this amendment, we can carry on with the evening, we can have the debate, we can attempt to pass a bill that could bring historic funding to our public schools, and for the first time in Texas, give parents of the most vulnerable real options for a better future for their kids. So with that, I ask you to join me in opposing this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rainey to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would like to, I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you about this bill and this amendment. Members, ESAs do not help my district. They don't help the state. And they certainly don't help all of the 5.4 million students attending public schools. They help just a few, maybe. Vouchers have been debated for years with no success for a reason. We took this vote last session. We've discussed it at length again this fall. The only new information is that exorbitant cost to the state. This should not be a political issue. It should be a policy issue. And I know there are differences of opinion. So let's just vote, and let's vote our district. And I move that we adopt.
Mr. Barrels, for what purpose? Mr. Barrels, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions. The gentleman does not yield for questions.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Mr. Rainey, yield for any questions? Yeah.
The gentleman has
Is that normal to walk away from the microphone that way?
He has yielded to the floor.
Thank you,
The question
Mr.
occurs
Rainey.
in the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. Strict enforcement has been requested. Strict enforcement has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Members, please vote from your desk. Please vote from your desk. Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes and 63 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Price for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, based upon the outcome of the previous proposition, I make the double motion to reconsider and table under Rule 7, Section 42, and move adoption.
Mr. Price has moved to reconsider and table the motion by which the Rainey Amendment to the amendment was adopted. This motion is not debatable. If the motion carries, the amendment to the amendment cannot be reconsidered. The question on adoption of the amendment, this is a record vote. The question is on adoption of the Members, please. Mr. Price has moved to reconsider and table the motion by which the Rainey Amendment to the amendment was adopted. The motion is not debatable. If the motion carries, the amendment to the amendment cannot be reconsidered. Mr. Leach, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
So, I've been here 6 terms, and I've maybe voted on one of these motions once. So I imagine most members, this might be the first time that we've ever voted on this type motion. Can the Speaker explain to the body, I know you just read the rule, but can the Speaker explain to the body the ramifications if this motion prevails?
The motion, should it prevail, will have the effect on the Rainey Amendment to be final.
So would, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
If this amendment, if this motion prevails, would that prevent a future motion to reconsider?
Yes, sir, that would prevent a future motion.
So if a member who just voted with the prevailing side on that motion decided at some point, either later today or subsequently before the final passage of the bill, that they wanted to move to reconsider, that would be prevented by way of this motion?
That is correct.
So, Mr. Speaker, final parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
If this motion prevails, if Representative Price's motion prevails here, we cannot consider again on second or third reading or on possible final passage of the bill any other motion dealing with this subject, any other amendment dealing with this subject.
That is not correct, Mr. Leach.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
What did I just say that was incorrect?
Come on down and we'll tell you everything that was incorrect. The question occurs on the double motion to reconsider and table. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Price voting aye, Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Rosenthal voting aye, Ms. Hinojosa voting aye, Mr. Rainey voting aye. Show Dr. Buckley voting nay. Show Ms. Clardy voting aye. Show Ms. Toth voting nay, Ms. Patterson voting nay. Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 84 ayes and 63 nays. The motion to reconsider table has prevailed. The chair recognizes Mr. Rainey to close on the amendment as amended. Mr. Schofield, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
I'm trying to understand what we just did. Wouldn't a motion to reconsider and table the Rainey Amendment kill the Rainey Amendment? It would reconsider it and then table it. We didn't reconsider and table the bill. We reconsidered and tabled the amendment, did we not? The amendment to the amendment.
We just tabled the motion to reconsider the amendment. Which makes the
Thank you, Mr.
adoption of the
Speaker.
amendment final. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rainey to close on the amendment as amended.
I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment as amended. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Rainey voting aye, Dr. Buckley voting nay, Mr. Oxley voting nay, Mr. Fissie voting nay, Mr. Harris voting nay, Mr. Frank voting nay, Mr. Turner of Dallas voting aye, Ms. Romero voting aye, Ms. Nuyava-Criada voting aye, Ms. Hinojosa voting aye, Mr. Turner of Tarrant voting aye, Ms. Garcia voting aye, Mr. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes and 63 nays, the amendment as amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Price for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, based on the outcome of the previous proposition that we just took a vote on, I make the double motion to reconsider and table under Rule 7, Section 42, and I move adoption.
Members, this is similar to what we just went through. Mr. Price has moved to reconsider and table the motion by which the amendment as amended was adopted. The motion is not debatable. The motion carries. If the motion carries, the Buckley amendment as amendment cannot be reconsidered. Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask a parliamentary inquiry. Do I have to come down front before I do it? I want to stop things right now.
Please state your inquiry.
Does the member that is making this motion have to be recognized by you to make this motion?
Yes, sir, and he was recognized. Yes,
And can you deny this motion if you so wish?
the gentleman was recognized for the motion. Yes,
Correct,
sir.
Mr. Speaker, but oftentimes people are not afforded to make the motion. Is this a motion that you are recognizing the member for?
The motion was in order at the time. The motion was recognized, and the gentleman had the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Again, members, the motion is on the double motion to reconsider by which the amendment was adopted? Reconsider and table. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Price voting aye, Ms. Jones Harris voting aye, Dr. Buckley voting nay, Ms. Hinojosa voting aye, Ms. Troxley voting nay, Mr. Toth voting nay, Mr. Patterson voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes and 62 nays, the motion to reconsider and table prevails. The House will stand at ease for 30 minutes.